He has also delivered and written articles on Valmiki Ramayana, Mahabharata, and other subjects as well. He was ex-president of Maharashtra Seva Sangh Mulund, president of Sanskrit Bharati Konkan Prant, ex-chairman and currently a director of Janakalyan Sahakari Bank Limited, and has held many responsible positions in many organizations. With this brief introduction, I request Vajay sir to address the gathering.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Rohan Andhale and all office bearers and committee members of Nashik branch of study circle. Well, the topic today given for me is disciplinary mechanism, because Mr. Mangesh Kinare will be dealing with the principles. Now I'll first share the screen so that my PPT will be visible to you. Look. Yes, thank you. Yes, it's me. दिसतंय आता?
हो sir.
So good morning all of you. Now I'll just clarify about my PPT. I have shared actually two PPTs. One is mine based on the old, it is not necessarily old, but the existing code of ethics, where a new code of ethics, there is a separate PPT which is prepared by our ethical standards board, and ethical standard board chairperson Madam Kemisha Soni was kind enough to share that with me, and she has given consent to share it with all the members. So that is a separate PPT which can be shared with all the participants, so that there it has been highlighted as to what is exactly the new code of ethics. My friend Mangesh Kinare will be dealing with that. But one good thing about this for the common average practitioners is that in the new code of ethics, most of the things are relevant to the auditors of the large companies or listed companies or large firms. And many important parts of the new code of ethics have been deferred also. Otherwise, it was to come into force on 1st of July 2020. So, not that new code of ethics is not important, but it is not directly relevant as of today for an average chartered accountant. Nevertheless, there are many new principles that have come. But today my brief is to speak on the disciplinary mechanism. So, mechanism is the procedural part, how the implementation of the principles of the code of ethics. What is the mechanism to decide whether a person has or a member has committed a misconduct or not? So that mechanism I will be dealing with you. Only a few philosophical or basically points of the introductory part is that, in my opinion, our code of ethics is based on our ancient principles of Satyam Vada, Dharmam Chara, and Swadhyayat Ma Pramada. Satyam Vada is speak the truth. Dharmam Chara means perform your duty very religiously. And the Swadhyayat Ma Pramada means always continue your study, keep yourself updated. That is our CPE. So this is the foundation of our code of ethics. Since we have now started a little late, I'll go directly to the mechanism, the procedural part. But before that, we must know certain basic things. Like basically, this our Chartered Accountants Act, which was in the year 1949, was very radically amended as far as the disciplinary mechanism is concerned in the year 2006. And in the 2006 Act, earlier also there were two schedules to the Act, but two schedules, I must brief you as to what exactly the implication of these two schedules. The first schedule contains 4 parts, where the first part is for the misconduct applicable to the chartered accountants in practice. The other one is misconduct applicable to the members in service. Actually, that has not been printed there. Members in service is part 2. Part 3 is misconduct in relation to members in general, or whether practicing or not practicing. And the last part is other misconduct. Now, what is this other misconduct? Basically, section 22 of the Act. In chapter 5 of this, our Chartered Accountants Act, section 21 to 22G, maybe around 10 to 12 sections are there which cover this disciplinary mechanism. And then there are conduct of inquiry rules also. So these two together actually govern our disciplinary procedure. Now in this, section 22 defines the misconduct as any item which is listed in schedule 2 or schedule 1 or schedule 2, and also other misconduct. Now that other misconduct is a very wide term. Whether it is committed in the course of your practice as a chartered accountant or whether in your capacity as chartered accountant is immaterial. Any other misconduct, in fact, it would include even dowry cases or cases like like bomb blast where a chartered accountant was involved. Now that brings disrepute to the profession, the behavior which is unbecoming of a professional. So even if you travel without ticket, or even if you are behaving in an indecent manner in a public place, even that is covered by this other misconduct. So these are the 4 parts of first schedule. And second schedule again is, first part is for CAs in practice, second part is CAs in general, and the last part is again the residuary cases, that is other misconduct. So this, but what is the basic difference between schedule 1 and schedule 2 is that schedule 1 deals with the clauses which are usually affecting only the members among ourselves. That means non-communication with the previous auditor, or solicitation, or doing some business without permission of the institute. Now see, outsider is not affected by that. Therefore, the aggrieved person is maybe another member. For example, you advertise, solicit, then actually it adversely affects the other members. Or you bring disrepute to the provision, that also indirectly affects the other persons. Therefore, all these are in schedule 1, and schedule 1 is considered to be of a little lesser gravity because an outsider is not affected. So there the punishments, I deal with the punishments at the appropriate time. But here I may mention that the punishments prescribed in the Act are that for the first schedule, punishment is reprimand. It is any combination of any 3 of these things: a reprimand, or a fine not exceeding rupees 1 lakh, or the suspension of membership for a period not exceeding 3 months. So these are the basic prescribed punishments for first schedule offences. Whereas second schedule offences, again the punishments are of similar 3 types. One is reprimand, then the fine up to rupees 5 lakhs instead of 1 lakh. For schedule 1 it is 1 lakh, for schedule 2 it is 5 lakhs, and suspension can be for any length of time. It can be even for permanently also. So this is the gravity of second schedule offense. Now, having said this, because the disciplinary mechanism depends on the distinction between these 2 schedules, that is why I clarified that. Now, there are 4 authorities under the Act. Now, 4 authorities are there to deal with the misconduct proceedings. So here really the disciplinary mechanism starts, in the sense that having basic knowledge of what is misconduct, and in misconduct also the other misconduct, that is bringing disrepute to the profession, it falls in both the schedules. In the first schedule it is in the nature of, suppose, bringing disrepute, or if you commit any crime or anything which is you are held guilty under any other law by any civil or criminal court, and if the punishment prescribed for that offense is more than 6 months imprisonment, then it falls in second schedule. See the gravity of the punishment under the other Act. If your imprisonment prescribed for that default or that offense under the other Act is longer than 6 months imprisonment, then it falls in the second schedule. That means it is of more gravity. Whereas if it is less than 6 months imprisonment prescribed, I am not saying what is the awarded punishment, but prescribed punishment in the Act is less than 6 months, then it is of lesser gravity. It falls in first schedule. So otherwise the same offense, and in the first schedule the other one is any other behavior which brings disrepute to the profession. So these are the highlights of the items in the first and second schedule. Second schedule, the most important item is the gross negligence or lack of due diligence. So these are, or you are taking public clients' money but not depositing in a separate account. Now these are the things whereby the others are very severely affected. Any embezzlement, any misappropriation, disclosure of information, of confidential information, all these fall under the second schedule. So having known that what is the distinction between first and second schedule, now it will be clear for you as to how the disciplinary mechanism starts. Basically, any person who is aggrieved by any action of any chartered accountant can file a complaint to the institute. There is a prescribed form called Form I. It is a very simple form. In that only the clauses is that the complainant's name, the respondent's name, respondent means against whom the complaint is filed, that is the respondent, then your nature of complaint and the document attached as an evidence. And the last part is, according to you, who will be the person in the know of the things about this misconduct. So there are only 5 items in the part. Complainant's name, respondent's name, that is obvious, it has to be there. Then the nature of complaint and the evidence. So actually there are only 4 items. So the form is very simple. You have to pay 2,500 rupees as fees for filing fee for the misconduct. Now this is the starting point, the complaint. But it is not necessary that only on the basis of complaint the institute can take cognizance. It can also take suo motu cognizance. They can proceed on their own if they receive some information. Now, information is coming from either from public domain in the, say, for example, any press item will be the newspaper item, any TV news, any news item. But if it is purely a news item, then the institute or the council has to first verify the veracity or the truth behind that, and then only they will start processing. Otherwise, merely because in the newspaper there is some item against the chartered accountants, that by itself will not be the cause for action against him. There will be some basic inquiry as to its truth, and then they will proceed. But normal instances of information cases are that these regulators, for example, the revenue departments, MCA or income tax department, GST department, or SEBI, or any other regulating body. Now, what they do is, in the course of their work, if they come across something which is irregular committed by the chartered accountants, then instead of filing a complaint, they just pass it on to the institute. Then procedurally, so this is information. They only give you information, but they need not come out with the complaint as such. Now, what is the implication of that? And I'll give you the instances of such things. Normally, in the course of whatever you have filed in the ROC, you have uploaded, or in the course of income tax assessment, if they come across something which is not regular, because of that, the department or the revenue may or may not be affected. That is not material. But if they come across any such thing, then they simply pass on the information. Like excise department used to do it very often because of the wrong certificates. Now, if that information is given to the institute, that the council, they first write to that informant. Informant means, as I told you, there could be any person who is informant. There could be a common man also who is an informant. So informant, not necessarily he can come with a complaint. So there they ask whether you want to regularly file a complaint by paying the fees, or you just want us to proceed on this information. Because if there is no formal complaint, then in the course of proceedings, that informant has no role to play. That means he cannot participate in the proceedings. So our institute has to make it clear to him that if we proceed on the basis of information given by you, then in between developments of the case will not be informed to you. In case we require anything further from you, you will be given an opportunity, but you cannot participate in the proceeding. And only the end result will be communicated to you. So this is the limitation of the informant case. That of course, since it is coming mainly from the regulators, we are not to be much bothered about it. But if you, for example, instead of giving and making a complaint, if you prefer to be only an informant, that means passing information, then you must be aware, or any person should be aware, that it is only the the starting point, but during the proceedings, you are no right to participate. So this is as far as this is the distinction between a complaint and this information. Now, complainant has completely right to participate in the proceeding. Now, what are the authorities? So you have to file a complaint means file a complaint to whom? The complaint is to be filed before the disciplinary director. That means directorate, disciplinary directorate is the basic authority. Now they are all bureaucrats. There's a big directorate like our income tax department or something. Of course, it is not as many persons working there, but still there are quite a few persons who are working there as in the disciplinary directorate. Most of them are chartered accountants or lawyers. So they are the start. They basically receive your complaint or information. They are the persons who initially process the complaint. So now how it functions, I'll deal with it. But this is the disciplinary directorate. This is the role of the disciplinary directorate. Thereafter, they pass what is called as prima facie opinion. I will deal with that prima facie opinion a little later. I'm just dealing with the authorities. Now, if it is the complaint is under Schedule 1, then the jurisdiction lies with the Board of Discipline. The Board of Discipline is the authority which deals with the offences under first schedule, whereas the disciplinary committee is the authority which deals with the offences under second schedule. Those people who are not aware of this distinction, they loosely describe everything as disciplinary committee. But here it is distinction, and if it is under mixed, that is first as well as second schedule offence, then obviously it falls under second schedule, I mean in the disciplinary committee. Then the Board of Discipline means it is not a concurrent proceeding. For example, if there are 10 allegations, out of which 6 are under first schedule, 4 are under second schedule, then it is not the case that first six items will be dealt with by the Board of Discipline and the other 4 will be. It is not that. Then the whole thing goes to the disciplinary committee. So this is the authority structure. And thereafter, there is an appellate authority. So appellate authority means after the disciplinary committee decision or Board of Discipline decision is given, thereafter you may, and if you are aggrieved, you may appeal to the appellate authority, which is constituted under the Act itself. Now see, unlike in the income tax, the hierarchy, already High Court and Supreme Court are stated there in the Act itself. Whereas in our Chartered Accountants Act, there is no mention of High Court as such. Therefore, under the CA Act, you cannot go to the High Court. You may have to then go under the Constitution, Article 226 to the High Court. Unlike in Income Tax Act, High Court and Supreme Court are expressly stated in the Act. So, but this appellate authority is presided over by a High Court judge only. He will be either a sitting judge or a retired judge. So, appellate authority, I will tell you the constitution of these. The constitution of these is that disciplinary directorate, as I told you, that they are basically the bureaucrats, they are the employees, sort of employees of the government. Whereas the Board of Discipline, there are 3 members of the Board of Discipline. The first is the president. Now, president in the Act, it is stated that he can be any respectable person who is in the field of accountancy or other laws or even economics. So he could be any respected figure who can be president. But usually, our institute's president or vice president presides over the Board of Discipline. That is the tradition or convention. Then there is one central council member, and the third one is a government nominee. So this is the constitution of the Board of Discipline. In my PPT, it is covered in some separate slide, but since it is a very short thing, I will just explain to you without that particular slide. So, Board of Discipline, there are 3 members. One is the president, other is one central council member, and the third is government nominee. Whereas in the disciplinary committee, similar structure, the president or vice president, that is prescribed as under the president or vice president of the council only. The president or vice president, he presides over the thing, and 2 central council members and 2 government nominees. This is the constitution of this. So instead of 1 each from central council and the government nominee, in both disciplinary committee, it is of 5 members. 5 members, the quorum is of 3, but the distinction is that in the disciplinary committee's quorum, if the government nominee, either of the government nominees is not present, then it is treated as no quorum is formed. That means even if only 3 central council members are present, but neither of the government nominee is present, then there is no quorum. That is not the case with Board of Discipline. See, the reason is very obvious and simple and logical. That Board of Discipline is essentially concerned with the offences within the members of Chartered Accountants. Therefore, government nominee, although yes, he should be aware of what is going on, still they are really not very serious about it, or perhaps they are not much concerned because it is within the members. Whereas the disciplinary committee, the government nominee's role is important. Why? Because others are affected. So since outsiders are affected, then they have to really be very serious about it, and therefore government nominee has a crucial role to play in the disciplinary committee. And the last is appellate authority. What is the constitution of appellate authority? As I told you, it is presided over by a high court judge, who could be a sitting judge or a retired judge. And then there are 2 ex-central council members. Ex-central council members. Usually they are ex-presidents, usually. And the other condition for this is that there should be only such members who have completed the entire term of their tenure as a central council member. For example, if there was a member who was there only for 2 years in the council, and for any reason he had to discontinue as a member, then he cannot be appointed as the member of the appellate authority. So this is theoretical, of course. So there are 2 ex-central council members and 2 government nominees. Again, it is of 5 members. So the constitution of the appellate authority is of 5 members. It is like 5 members like disciplinary committee. So these are the 4 authorities under the Act, and they deal with both professional as well as other misconduct, because section 21 and 22 deal with both professional as well as other misconduct. Now these are the pronouncements of the institute which are binding on us. This is not today. The constitution is here. In this slide, you can see that the constitution of Board of Discipline, an eminent person in the field of law, or sometimes they are said economics also in the Act. The 1 member of the Central Council, 1 nominee of the central government. Then here again, president or vice president, 2 members and 2 nominees. And again here in the constitution of appellate authority, chairperson, that is of High Court, and this. So we have dealt with this. Now the procedural part. Before we go to the procedure, we will deal with the basic principles that are governing the disciplinary mechanism or disciplinary proceedings. Now, what are these basic principles? First and foremost is that, as I mentioned to you, the starting point could be either a complaint or information. So it can be suo motu based on the information. So that is the first principle. So it is not necessary that somebody should file a complaint and only then it can start. So they can take a suo motu also. Secondly, this is the most important principle, that the complainant need not come with clean hands. See, this is an important part of the disciplinary mechanism, because quite often what happens is, if there is any complaint received against a member, then his immediate reaction is that the complainant himself is a badmash person. हा एकदम घाणेरडा वाईट माणूस आहे, सगळे त्याने सगळे गोंधळ केलेला आहे. This is how usually we react. And what we try to do is, we counter attack him, trying to prove that he is a bad person, and therefore his complaint should not be entertained. Now, unfortunately, this principle that you have to, the normal principle of jurisprudence is what? That if you are seeking justice from any forum, any judicial forum or authority, then you have to come there with clean hands. This principle does not apply, because I'll be repeatedly saying that council's only purpose and only very narrow objective, and which is rightly so, is that council wants to uphold the reputation and the image of the profession. They are not concerned as to who is the complainant. They have to only see whether our member has performed the duties properly. If they are satisfied that you as a member you have performed the duty properly, rest of the things you have other forums to deal or counter attack that complainant. But we are not there. In fact, council has no jurisdiction over any other person other than an individual member. This is very important. That principle is coming later. But remember that council is not concerned whether the complainant is a good person or a bad person. I have dealt many cases where the complainant was a convict criminal, confirmed criminal. He was behind the bars. He was in the jail. Still, he could file a complaint, and council has nothing to do with his background or whether he's criminal or otherwise. Anyway, it does have some impact, obviously, because we have to say that, but that cannot be your main defense. Your defense is that you have done the job properly. So this is most important thing one has to keep in mind. That don't counter attack the others, and therefore your reply to the complaint will be in a very objective manner. That this is the complaint, this is my reply. And this is objective manner you have to write. You don't have to be emotional there, you don't have to be very subjective in that. That is the first principle, that there clean hands you have to come. Secondly, and another very important principle, which is very dangerous also, that the complainant need not have any locus standi in the complaint. For example, any stranger, any outsider, in fact, because of that, there are many blackmailers also, that they can just go through your balance sheet signed by you, and if they come across any discrepancies, they can also file a complaint. Why? What is the principle is that these proceedings are treated as quasi-criminal proceedings. Since it is a quasi-criminal proceeding, it is a crime against the society as such, and therefore any person can bring it to the notice of the council that this member is not behaving properly. Now, this is a very dangerous situation. I have come across 2 or 3 cases where the complainant was no way concerned with the complaint or the parties involved with that. He was not there was a private limited company. That person, complainant, was not a shareholder, he was not a director, he was not a supplier, he was not a vendor, he was not a service provider, he was not a customer, he was not a regulator. He had no role to play whatsoever in that company. He had no connection whatsoever with the company. Still, he filed a complaint. But that complainant was so notorious that then I was told that there are such professional blackmailers, and many government officers, because such people keep on harassing the government departments also by frequently filing complaints. So it becomes so irritating to the government officers that they raided his office, and there they found that there are about 400 to 500 files just kept for only studying and blackmailing. So there are official, not official, there are professional blackmailers in the field. So you have to be very careful. It is not necessary that you cannot counter argue, अरे तुझं काय जातं याच्यात, तेरा क्या लेना देना है इससे, ऐसा you cannot say. So this is another important principle that you have to keep in mind, is that any person can file a complaint because it is treated as a quasi-criminal proceeding. Now next, withdrawal of complaint. Withdrawal of complaint, earlier act, withdrawal of complaint was not permitted at all. But now it is permitted, provided the Board of Discipline or the disciplinary committee is satisfied that there is no harm in allowing you to withdraw the complaint. Sometimes what happens is they can suspect that the respondent might have used undue influence or coercion against the complainant, or there could be some other malafide because of which is withdrawing the complaint. Therefore, they just don't, as a routine, they don't allow. They ask, they verify really whether the complainant has really withdrawn it. They ring him. They again ask him to give some affidavit or some such thing. They also ask reasons why he is withdrawing the complaint. It is not as an inherent right that you can withdraw the complaint. For example, under the Income Tax Act, CIT's appeal, there is no right to withdraw. Because why? Because CIT appeal is treated as an extension of the assessment proceeding. So he has power even to enhance, to make enhancements in the assessment, and therefore you have no inherent power to withdraw the complaint, to appeal before the CIT appeals, whereas you have power to withdraw the appeals before the tribunal and other authority, but not with the CIT. Likewise, here also there is no authority inherent to the complainant to withdraw the complaint. But if it is a routine type of a complaint where they can see that there is no gravity, not much gravity of that, then they permit. But this is also one have to keep in mind that, and therefore even the complainant's letter for withdrawal also has to be written very carefully. He cannot just write a single letter that now I want to withdraw the complaint, because remember that our institute spends huge amount in processing the complaint. Therefore, at last moment, if you just withdraw, then there is even monetary uh, harm also caused to the institute. But that is not the reason, of course. they want to do justice. So they want to verify as to why you are withdrawing the complaint. Then the next principle is that, as I mentioned to you, council has jurisdiction only on the individual members, not even on the firms. Remember this. Therefore, we come across many cases where big firms are involved, but their members are individually punished. They don't affect the firm as such. Whereas, as against this NFRA, which is NAFRA, where जिससे अपने सबको अपनी नफरत है अपनी हम सबकी, so that NAFRA has the authority or jurisdiction over the firms also. But here, this council has jurisdiction only on individual members, not on outsiders nor on firms. As a corollary, suppose you file a complaint against any firm, then the first step the council has to take, the directorate discipline obviously means directorate and discipline has to take, is that they will first write to that firm against whom the complaint is filed, and they will ask who is the person answerable on this complaint. So there could be many persons involved in that particular audit. For example, the signatory, the signing partner will be there. There could be a manager or an employee. There could be some other partner who has actually performed the work, but only that senior partner may have merely put his signature. There may be 3 or 4 other persons in the firm who are answerable on this. So the firm has to first identify the person who is answerable on this. Person obviously will be a member. He cannot be a non-member because the council does not have jurisdiction on a non-member. But if you rely on a non-member and that is there a consequential default on your part in performing the duty, obviously you are held responsible. It is like a vicarious liability to you. So remember that first you have to name who is the person. There could be disputes on this also. Somebody in the firm may deny the liability or responsibility. But once you inform, then all that complaint is passed on to the person who is answerable. So this is if it is against the firm, this is the first step that the council or the disciplinary director has to perform. We'll come back to our principles. The principles is that the complaint has to be filed within 7 years. Now remember that this is not a direct rigid time bar, unlike in the income tax. In the income tax, we have purely 6 years time barring. You are normally. Under exceptional circumstances, it can exceed, is a different story. But otherwise, beyond 6 years, the normal procedure under the assessing officer or normal authorities will not have any power to invoke any assessment proceedings after 6 years from the end of the assessment. Here it is 7 years from the date of the occurrence of the event complained against. What is the occurrence of the event? For example, signing of the balance sheet. That is the occurrence of the event. If you are complaining against the wrong signing of the balance sheet, then it is within 7 years from the date of signing. It is not 7 years from the 31st March or the end of the year. So for example, if you sign the balance sheet of 2020, because of the COVID, you sign it suppose in February 21. Or sometimes there are delayed signing of balance sheet, it could be even 1 or 2 years after. Then from that date, the 7 years period will start. But remember here that it is again not a blanket or a rigid time barring. There is a condition, there is a rider to that. It says that if the director is dissatisfied, that it is difficult to obtain evidence, or because of time lag, or that it would be procedurally inconvenient. So because of this lapse of time, if there is procedurally it becomes inconvenient to go ahead, in that situation, he has a right not to entertain the complaint. But suppose the complainant, the facts are self-evident. For example, if there is very obvious and apparent mistake, not only mistake but blunder in the balance sheet, which is a gross negligence. Now there, even if it is detected after 10 years also, it is there. There is no evidence required now. In fact, I can share with you one interesting case in that there was a will signed by a chartered accountant as a witness. But when the will, that the person who had prepared the will, that lady was there, who died after 10 years after the signing of the will, after the preparation of the will, I must say. When that will was opened, the chartered accountant had signed as a witness, but that lady, the testator, had not signed it at all. Now you can imagine or visualize the situation, what would have happened in that case. That chartered accountant, because what we do is we do things in good faith. Tomorrow I'll be dealing with the live cases, and I'll explain to you in by way of live cases as to how this good faith business brings us into trouble. So what we do is in good faith we sign the balance sheet and send it to the directors or partners for their signature. This is very dangerous because then we don't keep track whether those signed balance sheets have come back to us or not. So in good faith we do so. Here also what must have happened is that poor chartered accountant must have been sitting in his office. Some people might have come to him. They would have just sort of blackmailed, but pressurized him. Here, that's some lady is now in the hospital. She has to undergo some major surgery. So it is as a precaution we are preparing the will. So आप signature कीजिए, मैं अंदर जाके immediately hospital में उसकी signature ले लेता हूँ. Unfortunately, we don't keep track of what happens later. We believe that yes, it must have been done. Now we will wonder कि अरे ऐसा इसमें इतने क्या बड़ा गुनाह हुआ है. तो गुनाह क्या है? What is the crime? Because when you are signing as a witness, indirectly you commit sort of on an oath that that person has signed in your presence. याला मोठा गुन्हा किंवा अपराध हा आहे की तुमच्या नोईंगली की तुमच्याची सिग्नेचर नसताना सुद्धा तुम्ही जेव्हा सिग्नेचर करता ॲज अ विटनेस, दॅट मीन्स यू आर टेलिंग ए लाय, you are making a false statement. Now this gravity one must understand, because when we are signing something it should not be very casual, because we as chartered accountants we have to uphold the value of our signature. This cannot be taken for granted by anybody. So this we have to keep in mind always, that your signature is valuable. For obtaining any government officer signature तुम्हाला काय काय दिव्य करायला लागतात, whereas the clients they take our signatures for granted. So please remember that unless we value our signatures, the society is not going to respect our signature. So this principle is that 7 years principle is not a blanket time bar. That is what I wanted to impress on your mind. Then the respondent, this is another principle. That suppose, because one more wrong conception or wrong notion among the chartered accountants is that it is only affecting the attest function. Therefore many people are saying, अरे मी काय ऑडिट वगैरे करतच नाही, मी फक्त कन्सल्टन्सी करतो, ऍडवायझरी करतो, त्यामुळे मला काही मिसकॉन्डक्टचा प्रश्न नाही, असं नाही. Every person is susceptible or subjected to this. Suppose you give wrong advice or your advice turns to be wrong, for example in income tax, and that person has to pay a lot of tax, interest, penalty and other things. Take simple example, section 50C of the income tax act you miss out, or section 56 you miss out, and then you don't advise the client that section 56 will be invoked for the recipient of the property and all those things. If you don't advise, and subsequently if the client has to pay the tax, interest, penalty, suppose you say that you go to the client and say that, Arey Baba, because of me you have to pay so much, I'll just compensate you for that. Even then, whatever misconduct you have committed cannot be undone. So you cannot undo what has been done. And therefore, even if you compensate, still it is not a defense or it is not a shield against your the allegation of misconduct. So that also one has to bear in mind. Otherwise, तुम्ही म्हणाल मी त्यांना सगळे पैसे देऊन टाकले, now what is his grievance? No, council is not concerned with that. Council is not, next principle is even more important. This is not as a corollary, but this is again more important. Whether because of your misconduct, whether the other party is aggrieved or not is again irrelevant. Again, I am repeating and I am emphasizing this factor. Council is concerned only on the fact whether you have done the job properly. Remember, again and again I am emphasizing that you have to prove that you have done the job properly. What are the repercussions, whether anybody is affected or not, is of none of your business. That cannot be your defense. And I will give you two more important examples of this. Suppose you have signed a balance sheet on the basis of which the bank has advanced some loan to your client, and that loan is serviced properly. There is no NPA, no irregularity, nothing. Now, if later on, because of some other matter, your relations with the banker are strained, for example, I am saying, then, and if in the balance sheet there are any lacunae, then the banker, if he files a complaint against that, you cannot have a defense saying that तुझं काय नुकसान झालंय ऍक्च्युली the client is servicing the loan properly. You cannot have that defense. That means whether the banker is adversely affected by that or not is immaterial. Please remember this. त्याच्यामुळे don't be under an impression that if you have done something wrong, but nobody is affected just because of that, you cannot escape the misconduct proceeding. And another example I will give is that you have signed a balance sheet of a charitable trust, audit of a charitable trust, which is an educational trust, which is 100% exempt under 123C or whatever, and it is assessed also under 143.3 like that. Still, if there are any irregularities in the balance sheet, then you cannot take a defense that there is no revenue loss. Why is income tax department bothered about this? There could be mistakes in my balance sheet, but how are they affected? This defense is not at your disposal. You cannot take this defense, because if it is a fact that you have not done the job properly, whether income tax department is affected or not is immaterial. And one more example of this I can give is that there was a case where we have to complete the procedure. No? Sorry, Rohan ji, there will be some 10 minutes extension because we started very late. So
Yes, no problem.
so
Please go ahead.
So now this principle is again important, because in their one charitable trust, for example, there were some many bank accounts, 15, 16 bank accounts, and 5 to 6 bank statements were not available because they said that these accounts are inoperative. I'll deal with the details of this case tomorrow when I'm dealing with the case study. But the chartered accountant did not make a mention that bank statements were not available and the accounts were not reconciled, although it would have not have been very material at all. Now, in the assessment proceeding, this point was not considered. It went through smoothly. In the appeal also, there was no issue. In the assessment, income tax department had no grievance whatsoever. Unfortunately, in those days, ATG certificate had to be renewed. And the commissioner over there, that means director of income tax exemption, somehow he had a special vengeance against CA community. And therefore, he said, he asked that his assistant to verify the balance sheet very carefully. There was some adjustment made in the subsequent year because the bank statements were filed in the found in the subsequent year. So he asked, "What is this?" So they said the bank statements were not available in the first year. In the second year, they were available. So we have given the effect of whatever monetary effect was there. We have given in the second year. So second year, the auditor was different. In neither of the cases, the auditor had made any comment on this. And therefore, on that basis, the commissioner filed a complaint against that, because without the bank reconciliation, they have signed the balance sheet in the first year. And the second year, despite the bank statement was available and you have given effect in the balance sheet, still you have not made any comment on or proper disclosure of this. So remember that income tax department was no way affected at all. Even then, this complaint was entertained. And then, unfortunately, what happens is earlier it used to take 8 to 10 years for the complaint to get disposed of. So our panel members, disciplinary committee members, they asked the income tax department, "Why are you filing the complaint? We will deal with our member in whatever due course of time, whatever happens. But LT, how are you aggrieved?" Now, unfortunately, what happens is that poor fellow who from the department side, he also agreed. But he said, "See, my predecessor 10 years ago has filed a complaint. I have to carry it through. I cannot just withdraw it." Therefore, these realities happen. And unfortunately, friends, in both these cases, tomorrow I will deal with it more in detailed manner. But remember that what is the principle? That because of your misconduct or because of your error, because of your gross negligence or lack of due diligence, if somebody is affected or not adversely is not of any consequence. This is the most important principle. And then there is no time limit basically on the disposal. So therefore, it continues for easily for 3 to 4 years, any complaint. So I'll come now to the actual procedural part as to why it takes time. Now, on an average, there are about 600 complaints or information cases every year, 5 to 600. That means, to that extent, every day there are 1 or 2 complaints. And sometimes the complaints sometimes are very bulky type, means there are sometimes they are running into thousands of pages. So the complaint is filed. The disciplinary directorate, what they do is, they just pass on that complaint to the, now we are now procedure or the mechanism. Earlier part was the principles under the mechanism, means why, what are the principles that govern the mechanism or the procedure. Now the actual procedure. So you file a complaint. That complaint is simply passed on without any processing to the respondent. The respondent, if it is a firm, as I mentioned to you, they have to first identify the person answering. Once you identify that, then that respondent is required to give a reply within 21 days. That is called written statement. Now that 21 days, usually our chartered accountants are not very proactive. Therefore, they wake up only on the 18th day, and then they look around for as to what shall I do. And therefore, fortunately, because a chartered accountant can never work unless there is an extension of time. So there is a there is a permission to grant 30 days maximum extension of time. So the authority, director of discipline, can grant you only maximum 30 days. So 30 days you get extra time, and invariably in all cases you have to seek that time because of typical functioning style of the chartered accountant. So 30 days you have to file a written statement. That written statement is again without any processing directly passed on to the complainant. The complainant has to file his say, that is called rejoinder, again within the prescribed time, that could be 21 days. He has to file a rejoinder. So there are basically three documents: complaint, then the written statement, that means basic explanation, and the rejoinder. Now, if it is an information case, this third factor may be absent because there is no question of sending that to the informant, that your explanation. So there could be, once you write the written statement, then there are only two documents because the other person, means informant, has then no role to play in the proceedings. Now, once these three documents or two documents, as the case may be, when they are available with the director of discipline, then they open the file and then they start scrutinizing. Till that time, there is no scrutiny at all. So once these three documents are there with them, then they see what is the basic complaint, what is the explanation, all that they study, and they, if at all in the course of scrutiny they find that there are certain documents missing or there are certain documents required for processing it, then they will ask from either of the parties, from or both the parties, to give some further documents. So that is only asking for information. After this is done, then they pass what is called as a prima facie opinion. So director discipline says prima facie opinion whether he is prima facie guilty on these offences of misconduct or not. Now that prima facie opinion is again placed before the board of discipline or the disciplinary committee, depending on the which schedule is the complaint relating to, and then after that the board of discipline or the disciplinary committee members, they can either concur with the view of the prima facie opinion, or they can totally disagree, or they can partly concur and partly disagree. For example, if there are 8 allegations and in the director discipline feels that on the 5 allegations you are not prima facie guilty, and the 3 allegations you are prima facie guilty, but the board of discipline may say no, not on 5, but only on 4 he is not prima facie guilty, on the remaining 4 is prima facie guilty. So this also could be a view of the board of discipline. Ultimately, the long and short of the story is that if you are found guilty prima facie on even on one count, even then you are further liable for the hearing and other things. But if you are not found guilty on any of the allegations, then जान छूट गई, तुम्ही स्वस्थ बसायचं, तुम्हाला एक क्लोजरचं लेटर येतं. So they just write, institute writes to you that the complaint was processed and you are not found prima facie guilty, therefore the file is closed. So this kind of a letter you receive. But if you are found guilty on even on one count, then the hearing takes place. So after this stage, that means to recapitulate: complaint, written statement, rejoinder, additional information, and then prima facie opinion. Now that prima facie opinion, once you receive, again you get 14 days time to send further. Now here what point I want to highlight is that there are many lawyers or consultants who say that when the complaint is received, firstly, don't try to counter-attack the complaint. Although you may mention what are the bad points of the complainant, but it is not your main defense. Your main defense is you have to objectively write what is your thing which you have done. And then many consultants, they always, the lawyers particularly, they only have the court proceedings in their mind. So what they say is, why should we open all our cards at this stage? Let us keep something in reserve. This is a totally dangerous attitude, because you don't get any second opportunity. You don't get second innings. After the rejoinder, that rejoinder does not come to you. And what your attempt should be, that you should nip it in the bud. There should be, even the prima facie stage itself, you should not be held guilty. Now that should be your attempt. Therefore, whatever is the thing available in your at your disposal, that all those good points and merits you have to keep it on record in the first stage itself. So this is the basic thing, that once you are held guilty on even one count, then you are liable for the hearing. So again, on prima facie opinion, you want to say anything, that you can write. Full opportunity is given to you. One important factor you have to remember, that these 30 days, 21 days, fortunately, by the grace of God, are not very, very rigid, because the council is concerned basically with the substance. So it is not like in income tax, within 30 days, if you fail to file appeal, then your remedy is lost. It is not like that. They are liberal, they are quite lenient, they are quite considerate. Of course, you have to be also within limits. So suppose there is 3-4 day delay, so heavens are not going to fall. Unlike in the income tax, your appeal may be treated as invalid. Otherwise, there should be a condonation procedure. Here it is not that rigid, because obvious reason, that they are concerned with the real factual position, whether you are really doing any misconduct or not. So the number of days within which you have to file and all are, I'm not saying that it is not important, it is important, but remember that you should not be unduly stressed or tensed because of some 2 or 3 days delay. Now, after this prima facie opinion and then the hearing, in the hearing, of course, the hearing takes place before the Board of Discipline or the disciplinary committee, as the case may be. Full opportunity is given to you. You can be represented by counsel. Both complainant also can be represented by counsel and a respondent also. But the presence of the respondent is considered as essential, because he is an accused person, sort of. So his presence is essential. And then they can directly ask him certain questions, which even in the examination or a cross examination, even the counsel is not allowed to speak in that case. Otherwise, normally you have to maintain the decency in the proceedings. It is not that you cannot speak at all, but if you politely request, they do allow. But otherwise, they will ask you as to first, so what is the procedure? Once now hearing notice is given, normally 14 days notice is given. It can be adjourned also. You can seek adjournment. Normally, in the first instance, adjournment is granted quite leniently. But merely because the counsel is not available, cannot be a ground for seeking adjournment for the complainant. So respondentला थोडंसं जास्त लिबर्टी त्याच्यात आहे, but complainant cannot say that my counsel is not available. Anyway, those are small things. But when the hearing takes place, then there is full opportunity given. Even you can submit certain things a little 3 or 4 days prior also before that, provided you have to ensure that it also is delivered to the other party. Because then in fairness, in rules of natural justice, the other party also should be aware of that, what you are submitting. Normally, they give you 5 days prior to the hearing that you have to submit all those things. If you given something on the spot, probably they will adjourn if the thing is too fundamental. It goes to the root of the case. But in the routine things, like in any tribunal proceedings or any other thing, basically they are interested in the natural justice, and they are interested in the substance of the matter. Remember this. So the proper hearing takes place. You are questioned, you are examined, you are cross-examined. The complainant's counsel can cross-examine you. Your counsel can cross-examine the complainant. In the second schedule, there is also a provision for witnesses. In the first schedule offenses, there is no provision for witnesses in the procedure. In the second schedule procedure, the witness is there, can be there. Then the witnesses are examined. You can also cross-examine them. Counsel of the complainant can cross-examine them, because there could be witnesses from 3 sides. One could be committee's witness, the other could be complainant's witness, and the third is respondent's witness. If it is a committee's witness, his expenditure for travel also is reimbursed. But for the complainant and the respondent, if their witnesses are there, of course, it is basically a fact-finding process. It is not that rigidly followed all the court rules, although under Section 21 of the Act, the disciplinary committee, all these authorities have the power of a civil court. So they can summon the attendance, they can enforce the attendance, they can administer oath, they can record the statement on oath. All those basic powers of a civil court are vested in these authorities under the Act. Now, once that hearing is done, so how that hearing takes place? First, you have to take a respondent and the complainant both have to take an oath that I will speak the truth and nothing but the truth, but so help me God. So that oath is administered and then it is recorded. The actually audio recording is also done, stenographer is also there, everything word to word it is recorded. Now earlier there was a procedure of giving you the minutes of the hearing. All verbatim minutes you used to get. I'm told that now this is discontinued. Similarly, now the hearings are taking place online, virtual hearings are taking place. Once the hearing is completed, then they pass what is called as the report. That means they finalize the report. Board of Discipline or the disciplinary committee, they prepare a report. And that report comes to you. You have to give your comments on that. And if in the report, final report also, if you are found guilty, then you are given one more opportunity of hearing for as to what punishment should be awarded to you. And in that proceeding, counsel is not permitted. Let me तुम्हाला समोर जाऊन तिथे रडायला लागतं की माफ करा, थोडे माझं ते एवढं टेक्निकलच हे डिफॉल्ट आहे वगैरे जे काय you have to try there and try to minimize the harshness of the punishment. The punishment, as I told you, punishment is of three types: reprimand, fine, and suspension in both the parts, both the schedules. So after that, the disciplinary committee or the board of discipline, they pass an order. So I am just recapitulating. First the complaint, then your written statement, then the rejoinder, then additional information, then prima facie opinion, then the report. After the report, there is an order, and that order, once that order is passed, it is appealable within 90 days to the appellate authority. So there you can challenge both the things. The fact of holding you guilty by the disciplinary committee or the board of discipline, this is first, and having accepted or having decided that you are guilty, then whether the punishment is disproportionately harsh. So the punishment also you can argue that punishment should be milder, punishment should be lesser. Both these things you can argue in the appellate authority. The appellate authority's track record so far, unfortunately, is not very encouraging. Therefore, there are very few favorable decisions have come so far. Otherwise, by and large, all the decisions of the appellate authority are normally negative against the chartered accountant, against the respondents. It is not necessary that the complainant also may be a chartered accountant. Therefore, I am using the word carefully, respondent chartered accountant. Complainant also in many cases could be a chartered accountant. And this appeal is to be filed within 90 days. There is a filing fee of rupees 5,500. So that is in brief the procedure or the disciplinary mechanism. Tomorrow I will get one more opportunity to share with you, and with this procedural or mechanism part, how they are applied to the actual live cases. And remember that now let's make last point on this is that earlier there were two parts of the code of ethics. One was part A, it was called part A, which was the international ethical standard boards, whatever ethical principles are there, those adopted by our institute for Indian circumstances was part A. Whereas part B was more directly relevant to us, which consisted of our act, rules, regulations, guidelines, all those things, which are something very concrete and tangible. Whereas part A is more or less more consisting of principles. That principles are applied in our act. That principles are codified in our act. So this is the code. That is why it is called Code of Ethics. The Code of Ethics there in our part B. Now there are 3 volumes. Instead of part A and part B, there are 3 volumes. Volume 1 is based on the ESBAR, that means International Ethical Standard Boards guidelines, which is part A, earlier part A, now it is volume 1. Volume 2 is earlier part B, that means Act, rules, regulations, guidelines, all those things, or pronouncements, accounting standard, everything will come in part 2. volume 2, and volume 3 is of case laws. So there are reported cases, just as we have in ITR and we have these reported cases under the Income Tax Act. Here also reported cases of the Institute's code. But remember a word of caution that there are this precedent value is not much in our case laws, because each case is a totally different case. There cannot be two exactly identical cases. There could be identical cases in income tax because there are principles. Here it is basically based on facts. So since it is on facts, it is very few principles as such can be applied directly. But still, in tomorrow's session, I will be dealing with the case laws which are reported cases as well as unreported cases which have been actually dealt with me, so that the live experience should be more interesting and more enlightening. I thank Nashik branch committee and the chairman, Mr. Rohan Andhale, for giving me this opportunity to share these thoughts on the disciplinary mechanism. I also thank my co-speaker Mangesh Kinare for suggesting my name as a speaker, and I am sure that Mangesh Kinare will deal with the new code of ethics as well as the other principles of the existing code very, very lucidly, in a very, I said, educative manner, so that you will be enlightened by his discourse. And tomorrow again, we will meet on the case laws. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you for the very knowledgeable session today. We hope and I am very confident that this knowledge will be very helpful for our members of Nashik branch. We also thank you for giving us your valuable time, and we request you to join us for tomorrow's session. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have our second speaker with us, Mangesh Kenare, sir. We'll have a break of 2 minutes and we'll be joining the session soon. In between, I request, many members have not mentioned their membership number in the participant's name. I request everyone, some names are just, one name is S. Rushi, Amol. I request them to mention their full name with membership number. Manoj Tambe sir, please mention your membership number so as to get the CPR's credit. Thank you. Also, I welcome Mangesh sir. Namaskar sir.
नमस्कार.
सर स्क्रीन शेअर करून बघायचं.
Yes, sure.
वजे सर प्लीज तुमचं स्क्रीन बंद कराल प्लीज.
Shall I share?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Display का screen?
नाही सर अजून.
Huh? Okay, just a minute. Huh?
Members need not log out to rename themselves. Just go to participants list, press your name and hold it. The option of renaming will come. You please rename yourself over there.
You can see now?
Yes, sir.
I am ready. Huh?
Yes, sir. Sir, I think start करूया.
Sure.
Welcome, sir. We have Mangesh Kenare sir with us. for this second session, and he will be there with us till tomorrow also. Sir is a qualified chartered accountant and practicing for more than 28 years. His main area of practice is GST and business consultancy. He has held the member of WIRC for 3 consecutive terms, 2007 to 10, 10 to 13, and 13 to 16. He was a chairman of WIRC in the year 2013 and 14. He has given a new look to WIRC referencer manual. He has introduced CPT mock test first time in ICAI in 2010. He is pioneer in starting GMCS course in house base in WIRC. He was a central council member for the term 2016 to 90. In the span of 3 years, he was vice chairman board of studies. He has played key role in formulation and implementing new CA curriculum. He was chairman of committee for management accounting. In that, he has launched development in management and business finance. He was a member of examination committee of ICAI. He was also a member of branch of disciplinary committee of ICAI for 2 years as quasi judge authority. He was vice chairman taxation audits review board. He was vice chairman of committee of cooperative and NPO. He was member of indirect tax committee, contributor, and represented in many delegations of ICAI on GST for meeting with government. He was nominated as member of Education and Continuous Professional Development Committee of South Asia Federation of Accountants, SAFA, for the year 2017-18. He has represented ICAI in World Economic Forum in Geneva, Switzerland in 2016. He was nominated on state level coordination committee held by Chief Secretary Government of Maharashtra for monitoring financial sectors issued and creating public awareness for 2 years. He was appointed by Government of India as independent director of MOIL Limited, a mini retain PSU which listed company, state government nominee on finance committee of Babasaheb Ambedkar Technological University, District Raigad, member of committee for scrutiny of self-finance private university in Maharashtra, was a member of fee regulation authority set up by government of Maharashtra to regulate fees of private professional colleges. With this brief introduction, I request sir to address the gathering and share his experience and knowledge with us.
Thank you, Rohan, Chairman of Nashik branch, other office bearers, seniors, and friends. First of all, let me thank Nashik branch for giving me this opportunity. I think on 27th August, we tried to have a session, but there was some network issue. 27th July, I think, and we could not go further. But branch is kind enough to again give me this opportunity. And I am more thankful because I have been given an opportunity with the veteran, Sir Vazir sir, to share. It's not a dais, but share the webinar, so to say, for 2 days. Chairman had discussed with me the structure, and he was very, I can say, the emphatic that he wanted this kind of a session, and I really liked the structure of the entire program, because it is covering most of the nitty-gritties of the code of ethics, giving a sufficient time. So even if I am delayed a little bit, we can discuss tomorrow also the matters which are pending. With this, I was hearing Vazir sir's deliberation very carefully, and it is always a treat for me also to have that hear that session. I am starting what he has taken us through is the principles and the procedure of the disciplinary mechanism, and with that respect, code of ethics. He has been pleading before the disciplinary benches for a number of years, and I was fortunate to be on the other side, that is sitting on the disciplinary bench for a couple of years. So although my experience is very I can say the nominal in front of him, but having seen the other side of people who decide the cases, I think I can also contribute a little bit in that respect. So from that point of view, I'll be presenting before you the new changes and the important aspect or the practical aspects of the Code of Ethics 2020 now, or 2019, which has become applicable. Sir has already discussed. Rohan, just let me know that whether the screen is moving.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Sir has already discussed this, how this code has come into existence, and what is the part 1, part A and part B earlier code, volume 1, volume 2, volume 3 now. So I'm not going in detail of that. Practically, this code has become applicable from 1st July 2020, we all know. Let me tell you, friends, that we feel that something new has come. Let me tell you that it is not that entire code has changed. There are 3 types of changes which have happened in this code of ethics code. Number 1, basically structural change. As Vijay sir has explained, I am not going in detail of that. Number 2, there are certain clauses. When I talk about structural change, certain aspects which were mentioned or pronounced by institute in the different forums as a guideline or as a notification till date have now been incorporated in the code of ethics. So it's not something new. It is now been incorporated in the code of ethics. For example, advertisement guidelines were already there. Network guidelines were already there. So now they were pronounced at different places and were not part of the comprehensive code of ethics. These have now been included in the code of ethics volume 2. Number 2, there are second type of changes is certain aspects were already there, understood to be there in the code of ethics, but people were not following it, or people were having some kind of a confusion. For example, what is director simpliciter? What is the networking? Which kind of network we can join? Now, these kind of clarificatory changes have come into existence in this code of ethics. It does not mean that these aspects were not there earlier. So second aspect is the clarificatory changes, and third aspect are there are certain new things which have been added. In this presentation, the new aspect or the addition things which have happened in all these 3 have been highlighted in the purple font in this presentation. So we'll go ahead with that. The basic principles, we all know that what general principles we have to follow. Fundamental principle: integrity, objectivity, professional competence, confidentiality, and professional behavior. Right? So we'll have to have, as a chartered accountant, we must have core to our heart, integrity, having 100% integrity and honesty while doing the work. So I always say that I always remember the definition of audit, which I used to read, or which I have read in that from TYBCom. I think I've mentioned I had a last session. I think the last session before the lockdown in Nashik, physical session, was also, I was present there, I think on 7th of March or something. So I discussed many things that time also. I'll try and see that those things are not repeated again. But it is not something which new I'm discussing. So some things may be repeated. So that definition says that what is auditing? It is such an examination of books, accounts, and vouchers as would enable an auditor to satisfy himself that the balance sheet is true and fair and profit and loss account is true and fair and all those things. So what is crux of this definition is to satisfy himself. So we have to satisfy ourselves. So when we say that I am satisfied about it, we are supposed to be very honest and having 100% integrity about what we are doing. That is integrity. Again, the offshoot of that integrity is an objectivity. We should not be impressed by others or other circumstances and change our opinion. So our opinion should be objective and not subjective or dependent upon any happening. Third one is competence and care. We must be having the professional competence, due competence. If I'm not competent enough, I should not take that work. Tomorrow, as when the case stands, as I said, that I was not knowing, that is not an excuse at all. Ye bhi hota hai kya? That is not an excuse about. So due care should be taken with the competence, and due care means the utmost care, and that care has to be reflected in our work. When I say reflected, ज्याला मी म्हणतो असलं पण पाहिजे आणि दिसलं पण पाहिजे. So it has to be, we must able to demonstrate that I have taken a due care. So proper documentation is also necessary here. Confidentiality, again, an important aspect. We must be confidential about the information shared by client to us. We cannot disclose it to others without permission of the client or unless it is statutorily required. So we must be completely keeping confidentiality about the client's affairs. And the last one is a professional behavior. Now, professional behavior encompasses everything. When I say that I am having a professional behavior, I must possess all the qualities of professional. So integrity, objectivity, again encompassed here also. And I should be, behaving in a very professional manner, not bringing disrepute to the profession. And that is the behavior which is expected. These are the fundamental principles. Now, what is code of ethics is basically, now it identifies certain threats or certain circumstances where these fundamental principles will be adversely affected, and then we may make a breach of code of conduct, code of ethics. And that is the entire crux. So how to avoid it, that has been given in the volume 1 also. So there are certain threats which have been there, and we all know these threats are there. Self-interest threat, when we create an interest in what we are doing, right? It may be a financial or other interest. Many times people feel that I must have an interest. I can give you a very beautiful example of what can be an interest in what can be a different kind of interest in what work we do. When I have two clients of a same business, one is having a very good profitability and a turnover and a very big entire undertaking, and another is a smaller one comparatively. My services to both of them, of course, depending upon size, my kind of a time may change, but my expertise of services to both of them should be same, right? So just because it's a big client giving me big money, I am devoting more and more professional expertise to him, and for a smaller client I am just negligent. So that is again a self-interest. I'm creating an interest, a different kind of interest. I'm just informing you a different kind of interest here, but it is an interest in that client. Self-review, again, many times we do the work and again we review that work. So I'm doing an accounting or I'm setting a system of a client and I'm again auditing that. That is a reviewing. Many times we may not be independent to report on those aspects. So that's self-review threat. Advocacy threat and familiarity threats are very common to small practitioners. We only advocate or we only present the work which we have done or audited in front of the authorities. As a tax practitioner, whatever we do audit, we go and represent the case. Now, when we do that, we must remember that we are not auditing with respect to the tax assessment. We are auditing within auditing principles. That is avoiding that self-advocacy threat. And familiarity means many times, I think Vijay sir has explained nicely in this, good faith. Now we have our clients for number of years and we tend to overlook many things about that client, and that will create an familiarity threat and will again impact all this, adversely impact this fundamental principles. Intimidation threat, many times the client becomes powerful because client is growing and we also cannot leave. My major client is there. So if my major client is there, how can I report adversely against that client? That is a kind of a threat which is there always in my mind. So that threat also affects my following of fundamental principles. So code of ethics says that these threats you have to identify, and if it is the threats are there, take the corrective action by taking the safeguards. I'm not going into detail of the safeguards because it will be too theoretical in that case. So detail of the safeguard, one of the detail of the safeguard is having my study of the code of ethics thoroughly and taking the corrective actions. So this code of ethics is basic. The safeguards is basically in relation to my profession, legislation, my systems in the firm, how I'm preparing my programs, how I'm, documenting all my details of the audit. So all these will form the safeguards to avoid these threats and following the fundamental principles. So with this background, we'll go ahead with the changes in the volume 1. I'll very quickly take these changes in the volume 1 because part of it may be discussing in tomorrow also in the tomorrow's session. So basically, the major change which let me tell you that there are 3 changes in the volume 1 which have been deferred now. So I'm not dealing in those 3 changes, 3 major changes in the volume 1. they have been deferred now. Those three changes were regarding NOCLAR, regarding the NOCLAR principle, regarding the taxation services by the chartered accountant, and regarding the fees restriction of the chartered accountant. So those three I am not taking because these have been deferred now. Whenever they are implemented, we can discuss that later on. But other than that, there are 3-4 major changes which have happened in volume 1. One is that independence standards. Now, till now, there was only one principle at one place, the independence was discussed. Now, practically the entire chapter 4 of volume 1, in part A and part B, of course, have been specified for independence standards. Now, when it is said that standards, naturally it is more mandatory or more obligatory on us. So these standards have been specified in part A, that is for audit and review engagement, and part B for other assurance engagements other than audit and review. Let me tell you that audit and review means all the kinds of audit, or limited review in case of a limited companies or companies which we take. That is an audit and review engagement. Assurance engagement other than audit and review, it will cover all the engagements where we do some kind of assurance service by signing or doing an attest functions. It can include the internal audit also. It can include the certifications also, which we'll see tomorrow. So independent standards have now been specified also for assurance engagements other than audit and review. This I'm going to take it in detail tomorrow when we are discussing about reports and certificates, specific reports and certificates. So I'm not going in detail of that. So practically on all the aspects, how the independence will be tested, and I have given it in the slide. Now, what are those aspects? That has been very clearly and nicely explained. So how I am supposed to act as far as my independence is concerned in these aspects, and what corrective action I should take if there is any threat is there. So that has been elaborated for in independence standards. Guidance has also been given for non-assurance service to the audit clients. So when we give a non-assurance service, that is a taxation service or a financial service to an audit client, what is the requirement of independence that is also been given? Friends, remember one thing. Vasant sir has discussed it now, just now only, that the council or the institute is concerned about the members' behavior, whether the members' behavior is proper or not. So it is not that how the other person is affected. So basically, whether I'm an independent, having an independence in the assignment or not, that is very relevant. And for non-assurance engagement also, for an audit client, certain stipulations of independence are there. So that is a very major change and has come a very emphatic manner. Number 2 is regarding the appointments. Till now, of course, the Know Your Client guidelines were issued by the Institute way back in 1st January 2017. Now it has been mandatorily included in Volume 1. It is not something great. It is not something out of the world. I mean, those who are having the earlier old practitioner, in fact, their entire Know Your Guideline, Know Your Client is there on the backside of their files. You know, फाईलच्या मागे लिहून ठेवलेलं असतं क्लायंट काय, त्याचा ऍड्रेस काय, पॅन नंबर काय, अमुक काय, ऍड्रेस ऑफिस, I mean, what is the constitution. Now all these are nothing but know your client guidelines. Now know your client guidelines we have to follow and mandatorily keep for all the clients. Remember friends, this may be asked at any point of time if unfortunately something goes against you or something has been filed against you. Second, in this appointment, now this will I'll be discussing in the volume 2 separately again. Till now, it was only what you can say that a duty casted upon the member, an auditor, incoming auditor, when there's a change in auditorship, that he has to take NOC and all those kind of things or communicate with the earlier auditor. Now, in this section 320, the duty also has been casted on the predecessor auditor, that when the incoming auditor communicates with you and asks you whether you have anything to be said, he must communicate with the outgoing incoming auditor. The outgoing auditor should communicate with an incoming auditor and say that what he wants to highlight in front of him. So it is the duty has now been casted on the outgoing auditor also, or a predecessor accountant also. Another important aspect here is a very important, again I'm saying that, management responsibilities. Now again, this will be discussed while discussing volume 2. But very important, why I'm saying is that this code now has been very clearly differentiating between what is a management responsibility and what is not a management responsibility, and that will be very important when we give a tax return filing services to the client. So what it says that the chartered accountant should not, a firm should not assume the management responsibility for an audit client. Audit means any audit under any statute. So if I'm doing an audit or tax audit of a client, I should not do a management service. Now, what is the management service? Involving in the management, taking a decision of the management. Now, friends, remember, doing a computation ourselves is a management decision. That's why what it says that providing an advice or recommendations to assist or give an administrative services to the client is not a management services, and that is allowed. Now, what is an administrative services? It is given here: word processing services, preparing administrative or statutory forms for client approval, very important, and submitting such forms as instructed by client. Now, friends, we are filing the returns many times for our clients. Now, when we are filing their approval or their instructions, we generally have it on phone or something of that sort. But please remember, you have to demonstrate now. So better, rather, it is now must to take all these kinds of approval on in writing. So it is we who are preparing under their instructions, sending them to approval, and after they approve it, after they say, okay, you upload it, then only we are uploading. These kind of documentation is necessary with us now. And we have been doing it orally, but it is necessary. Client आपल्याला बऱ्याच वेळा म्हणतो तुम्हाला काय हवं ते करावं, काय प्रॉब्लेम नाही, you are doing it, but please don't go fall in that trap, because if you are doing a tax audit and if you are not taken this kind of a documentation, you will be deemed to have been provided the management service to that client, which is wrong. So proper documentation in this regard is necessary. As remained in the earlier code, we cannot give other non-assurance services like internal audit, non-audit services like internal audit, accounts writing, etc. to the our audit clients. There are other new prohibitions as far as recruitment services. We cannot provide recruitment services because that will be a management services. So recruitment services cannot be provided to the audit client. The another change, which perhaps I can say that it can be a beneficial to us when we interact with the client. The code says it may seem to be against us, but it will benefit us, in fact, when we deal with the client. The code says that a self-interest threat might be created if a significant part of fees is not paid by the client before the report of the following year is issued. Now, when, as I said initially, only if there is a self-interest threat, I must decide whether I'll do the work or not, because it will hamper my fundamental principle. So before I start the work of the next year, my earlier year fees is not paid, then it will create a self-interest threat. Now, when there is any threat, I have to take a corrective action in the safeguards. So what are these safeguards? Safeguard is obtaining some partial payment from overdue fees, or having an appropriate reviewer before also and after also conducting that work. And that's why I'm saying that this code says that it can create a self-interest rate. And how it can create a self-interest rate? Because if the overdue fees is much more in the quantum or for a longer period of time, it will deem to have been a loan given to client. And if it is a loan given to client, there's a threat to independence and integrity and objectivity. And therefore, what is a safeguard? Again, I repeat, take a partial fee before the conduct of the next audit. Now, as I said, or conduct a separate review of the work. So as I said, this can become a beneficial to us while dealing with the client. We have to tell client that, see, now our code is prescribes that I have to take a partial fee, or I have to conduct a review. Review ka additional cost hoga. So wo kaun bear karega, right? So this change perhaps will help us in taking some fees before the start of the next audit at least. So this is again an important change, and we have to deliberate whether my overdue fees, because many times, suppose 5-10 years fees is not paid and it is mounted up in a very huge amount. Now that will itself happen to be a loan. एक आध साल में वो loan नहीं होता है, but if it is more than 1 year, then it can deem to be a loan to the client, and our independence will be at stake. And that is why, friends, I feel that this can be a beneficial provision also, although it's a restrictive provision for us, and we have to take utmost care when we say that my overdue fees is there for 4 or 5 years and in lakhs of rupees, and still I am doing a work of audit. Then I have to document that how it is not affecting adversely my independence and my fundamental principles, and review the work through a different chartered accountant, that whether my work has been done properly or not. And that is a different kind of obstacle, I can say, and that we have to present to the client. Now this new provision has come. So these are the 3-4 important aspects in the volume 1 which have been done. People ask that volume 1 whether it is compulsory or not. Now, friends, volume 1 has come by way of a guideline. It has been published by the institute, and now it has come by way of a guideline also. That is a way of doing it mandatory to the members. So volume 1 is also similar manner mandatory as volume 2. Now we'll go to the important aspects, and this will be more practical perhaps. Tomorrow we are having full session of Vazesar of 1 hour at least for a practical case study. But I will also try, because otherwise this will be very dry discussing this topic. So I'll have to discuss the practical case studies which I have faced perhaps. So it may not be, those practical case studies may not be covered in the Vazesar session tomorrow. So giving some example from those practical cases, I will take this volume 2 important aspects and changes. Now, in this slide, what is there in volume 2, Vazesar has explained. There's an act, the schedules of act, regulations, accounting standards, auditing standards, guidance note, guidelines, announcements, regulatory measures, announcement and clarification, ESB. ESB means Ethical Standard Board. Now, all these things, there's a, what I can say, there's a sea of the material which is there. Now, if I have to cover all the things, it is not possible. So what I have done, or what I have been doing, is I have selected certain aspects of our practice. Say, for example, independence, advertisements. And on the basis of those aspects, what are the provisions and what are the regulations, etc., that we are going to discuss. As I said, I will not be able to discuss all the provisions in detail, but I'll try and touch upon, at least sensitize you that what are the aspects. Now, the first one is the chartered accountant in practice. Now, what do you mean by chartered accountant in practice? Now, many times we also don't know that what is practice, what is chartered accountant in practice, what is full-time, what is part-time. That's why I've been taking this. I'll cover this very quickly. So what is a chartered accountant in practice? The section 2 of section 2 subsection 2 of the CA Act defines what is chartered accountant in practice. But it is in a different mode. It is not in a direct definition. It says a deeming definition. It says that chartered accountant shall be deemed, a member shall be deemed to be in practice if they are carrying out certain activities. So if you are a member and you are doing these activities, it is not deciding factor whether you have taken COP or not. If you are a member and you are doing these activities, you shall be deemed to be in a chartered accountant in practice. Now, what are those activities? Practice of accountancy, auditing and verification of financial transaction, preparation, verification or certification of financial accounting and related matters, services or assistance about the matters of principle in detail relating to accounting. See, all are accounting and auditing. Last one says that such other services as prescribed by council. So typically, taxation service is not coming in the core definition of section 2, subsection 2, but it is there. Let me tell you. Now, let us go ahead. Now, in addition to this section 2, subsection 2, what are the services which are deemed to have been done by the chartered accountant in practice? That is being specified in regulation 191 also of the CA regulations. Now, what is this one? Regulation 191 says, I have underlined there, the chartered accountant can do, practice can do a liquidator, trustee, executor, administrator, advisor or representative in financial and taxation matter. So we can advise and give representation represent the client in a finance and taxation matters also. So that is covered in regulation 191. Now, as I was saying, in section 2, subsection 2 definition, the last clause says that such other services prescribed by the council. Now, the council has prescribed under management, consultancy and other services, 28 type of services, which if a member undertakes those services, he shall be deemed to be in practice. Now, what are those 28 services? I have not listed all the 28 services, But the important services I have listed and the changes also I have highlighted in the purple font. What are those management consultancy and other services? Financial management planning, working capital management, budgetary control, so on and so forth. I would like to highlight the purple font. The valuation of shares in business and advice regarding the amalgamation merger acquisition as a registered valuer under Companies Act 2013. So earlier, the valuation service if the chartered accountant does, that was coming under deemed to be practice. But now if he is doing as registered valuer, then only the chartered accountant in practice can give these kind of services. So you have to be a registered valuer under Companies Act, right, in order to give these valuation services. I would like to draw your attention to the second last point, rather third last point in this. The insurance advisory services under IRDA Act, including insurance broker, but excluding insurance agency. This is, as I was telling, this is a clarificatory change. Agency, insurance agency was earlier also excluded, but there was a confusion that what is an insurance advisory and what is an insurance agency. That's why it has been very clearly mentioned. Friends, insurance advisory means what? Insurance advisory means if my client wants to take out an insurance of his factory or if his life or family and all those things, then he comes to me and says that you know my finances, you know my financial position, so kindly guide me what kind of a product I should go for my insurance and what kind of a where I should approach, which products are good, which products of which company are good, please guide me. Now, if I give the services to my client and charge him fees, that is an insurance advisory services. The moment I specify him the specific insurance company and start taking fees from the insurance company, it becomes an insurance agency. So what is allowed to me is an insurance advisory services and not insurance agency. That has been clarified now. Insurance insolvency professional also being allowed. And the last one is an administrative services. Now, what is administrative services? We have just now discussed in the volume 1. And I again repeat, administrative services means giving a routine or mechanical services or advisory services without involving in the management. And therefore, the documentation is necessary. Here I have highlighted that when you are preparing an administrative or statutory forms for client approval. So when you prepare any ITR form, it should be for client approval. It should be sent for client approval on record. And after he approves it and allows it to upload, then only you can upload. That is an administrative service. So friends, these are the services. If a member carries out these services, he shall be deemed to be in a practice. Now, I would like to highlight to people that if somebody wants to surrender an COP and in keeping a membership intact and wants to do these kind of a services. So people say that, okay, I will do this kind of a certification services, or I can do the tax representation services, or I can do the, kind of a advisory services in the financial matters and surrender my COP. I'm allowed to do. No. The moment you do these services, keeping your membership, you will be deemed to be in practice. And once you are deemed to be in practice, all the provisions to the members in practice are applicable to you. Now, what are those provisions? Section 6, you have to apply the COP. And once you apply for COP, again, you're all, of course, you become a member in practice, all your CP guidelines, etc., are applicable to you. So once you are doing these services, keeping the membership, you have to apply for COP and you will have to be deemed to be in a practice. Now, there is an explanation to section 2, subsection 2. What does it say? If I am as a I am as a chartered accountant, associate or fellow member, if I am employed with any other chartered accountant or chartered accountant firm, I am not deemed to be in practice, but I shall be deemed to be in a practice for a limited purpose of training the articles. So if a firm is having a chartered accountant paid employees, they can have the articles registered under them for limited purpose. They shall be deemed to be in practice for only that limited purpose, not for signing or not for anything. There was a question asked to me, then whether I can sign the audit reports, internal audit reports through my paid chartered accountant assistants. No, they shall be deemed to be in a practice only for the limited purpose. They cannot sign on behalf of the proprietor or partners. That is very clear. Going further, friends, now as a chartered accountant in practice, there again, as I said, there are certain other restrictions which will be applicable to me. Engagement in other business and occupation. Now, in this regard, clause 11 of part 1 of first schedule. Schedules have been explained to you. What is this first schedule and second schedule by Vazir sir? So, clause 11 of part 1 of first schedule says that as a chartered accountant in practice, I'll be guilty if I am doing any other business or occupation other than the profession of chartered accountancy unless the permission of council is there. So if I'm doing any other activity without permission of the council, then there will be a professional misconduct. Now, there is one direct exception in this clause only. What is that? Provided nothing. I mean, if I'm a director in a company, right, then I'm not violating this clause. But this directorship should be a director simpliciter without involving without being a managing director or whole time director. If I'm not interested in that company, if I'm a director in that company, a director simpliciter in that company, then I'm allowed to do it, and this will not be a violation. So I cannot take any other occupation or I cannot do any other business, but I can be a director simpliciter in a company. Now, director simpliciter definition has been first time added in this code. Now, what is the director simpliciter definition? It says that director simpliciter means an ordinary or simple director who is not a managing or whole-time director and is required only in board meeting of the company and not paid any remuneration except for attending the meeting. So, if I am an independent director or a director simpliciter, I should not take involved in any of the activities of the company, right? And I should not take any remuneration other than for sitting for this board meetings or board committee meetings for that matter. Now, friends, it's very important that not involving in any of the activities of the company. There was a case in front of our bench only where there were four, five directors. One chartered accountant was independent director. The bankers sanctioned loan to them, and from that date they wanted a signature on acceptance letter. Now, on that acceptance letter signature, two signatures were required, and only one of the whole-time directors was present in that on that day in that city, and they wanted it urgently. So they requested this independent director, and he signed that acceptance letter of loan. Unfortunately, ultimately there was a dispute. Subsequently, there was a dispute amongst those directors, and the case was filed against this chartered accountant by one of the disputing director who had not signed his acceptance letter. He's saying that how you have signed an acceptance letter? You are an independent director. You are not supposed to sign anywhere. Now, as an independent director, one should not sign on any of the company documents, not involved in any of the activities of the company. Now, there was a question, and that's why the clarifications have been issued. And again, one more clarificatory change which has come in this respect. Because there was a question many times asked by the members that if I can become an independent director, being a practicing chartered accountant, I can become an independent director in a company. Then being a practicing chartered accountant, why I can't be a non-designated partner in a LLP carrying out the business activity? And that's why the clarification has been issued that there is no such parallel provision as far as director simpliciter in LLP. So if a chartered accountant is in a practice, he cannot become a member, he cannot become a partner of any type in LLP which is carrying out a business activity. Any kind of partnership in LLP which is doing a business activity is not allowed. If LLP is doing a chartered accountancy profession, no problem, you can become a member, partner of that LLP. So one cannot become a partner of LLP doing a business. Non-designated, sleeping partner, nothing, no type of partnership is allowed in LLP. Now, as the clause was saying that unless it is allowed by the council. Now, council has allowed already two types of permissions have been given by council. One is a general permission. General permission means if you are doing these kind of activities, you need not go to the council to formally apply for the permission to do these activities. And another is a specific permission. Specific permissions means, special permission means whenever you want to do this activity, you have to specifically or specially apply to the council for the doing these kind of activities along with your practice. Now, in general practice, general permissions, all these employment in CA firm, private tutorship, author of books, articles, holding this kind of thing, honorary office bearership of trustees, educational institutions, paper checking of the institute examiners, part-time tutor, institute classes, editorship, professional journal, everything is allowed. There is one thing which I would like to highlight in this last one. owning agricultural land and carrying agricultural activities. General permission. Now, friends, let me tell you, I am always saying that we have to interpret this code of ethics very conservatively. Right? Let us not read between the line. Let us read it with the letter and spirit. Now, when it says that it is allowed for a chartered accountant in practice to own agricultural land and carry an agricultural activity, it means that it should be in the nature of that agriculture and not business. So typically, I have a land, heredited from my coming to me from my forefathers, and agricultural activity is being conducted. I'm from an agricultural family, so I have a land like that. Or suppose I was an agricultural from family, but I didn't have a land. Now I'm purchasing a land and doing an agricultural activity in some form, in a very smaller form. So it is very relevant, friends. The facts of the case will be very relevant. If I'm start purchasing the lands at different places, experiment different kinds of crops, experiment different kind of things, apply a labor, apply a machinery, do a good kind of a marketing or a storage activity. Now, whether that will be treated as an agricultural activity or a business activity, that will depend upon fact of each case. So typically, this general permission is there for the people who own the agricultural land, who's there from the family, or as a from the agricultural family purchased in a at some extent and not in a large extent, and doing an agricultural activity, general permission is there. There is a wild tax planning by declaring an agricultural income in income tax return. Please be aware of that. I am on an online session, so I don't want to elaborate on that, but please take care in doing these kind of a wild unnecessary tax planning. But generally it is allowed to you. Special permission, lecturer in colleges not exceeding 25 hours. If you apply, the council is permitting. Editorship of professional journal, even a managing director in certain cases is council is allowing if you specifically apply. But this is very, very rare cases and certain cases only. Going further, friends, what is a part-time and full-time in practice? Now, any member, I mean, if I'm doing any activity, whether general permission or special permission, right, whether with the permission of a council or generally permitted, with my practice, I shall be deemed to be part-time in practice, except in the following circumstances. So, except regulation 190A, if I taken a permission, general or specific permission, except for these activities, if I'm doing any other permitted activities, I shall be deemed to be part-time in practice. So all these have been covered. If you see the earlier slide, all these are covered except for employment or business. So my council may permit me to do a business because of these typical circumstances. My council may permit me to have a certificate of practice and go in the employment, right? But that will treat me, or that will then I will be deemed to be a part-time in practice. But if I'm teaching in the college, I'm permitted. If I'm doing a editorship of professional journal and not in employment, I'm doing coaching in the CA Institute, I'm doing an agricultural land, right? Then it is not treated as part-time in practice. If I'm practicing also and doing these activities also, it is allowed. Now, friends, what is the pros and cons of part-time in practice? We all know that a member who is deemed to be in part-time in practice is not entitled to perform a test function and not entitled to train the articles also. So part-time practitioners cannot train the articles and do the attest function. Now, what is an attest function? Many times that confusion is also there. People feel that if I'm part-time in practice, I can't do audit. No problem. I can do certification. No. Now, attest function means services pertaining to audit, review, certification, and agreed upon procedures and so on. So compilation and so on. So any kind of attestation is not allowed to us. So please let us not have, because this question was specifically there to me in one of the program, that if I'm a part-time in practice, I'm a practice as well as an employment, I am becoming part-time in practice, I can't do certification work at all. It will be a professional misconduct for violation of this Appendix H of Volume 2, that is Council Resolution. Now, there is one more clarification which I would like to take in this program. That is, what is part-time in practice and part-time association? Now, friends, let us remember that if I'm a partner in more than one firm, or I'm a partner in one firm and having a proprietary concern, I'm not doing any other occupation. I'm only doing chartered accountancy practice. Now, if I'm a partner in A firm, partner in B firm, and proprietor in C firm, or partner in A firm and proprietor in B firm, I'm doing only chartered accountancy practice, then I shall not be a part-time in practice, but my association with these firms will be a part-time association. Correct? So there's a misunderstanding amongst the members that if I'm a partner in both them more than one firm, then I'm a part-time in practice. So that is not the case. There's a difference between part-time in practice and part-time association. That part-time association aspect is important only for the empanelment purposes. So if I'm a partner in two firms or a partner in one firm and proprietor in another firm, by both these firms will not get the points for the empanelment purposes for MEF or CNAG purposes. But that will not make me a part-time in practice. I can still do the attest functions in both the firms. Right? That is a clarification which I wanted to take. So that is regarding chartered accountant in practice. Now, as I said that a chartered accountant in practice cannot do business or activity, this thing. But he cannot do in a LLP, cannot do in partnership, but can he do in a HUF? Can one do a business or other occupation in HUF? There is the code is very clear that chartered accountant in practice cannot do business in HUF also. There cannot be any business activity in HUF. Perhaps HUF, if a chartered accountant is having, it can do only and only investment activity. No share trading also is allowed, because share trading would amount, I'm talking about share trading. Share trading would also amount to engaging in a business or occupation. So one should be very clear when they are forming an HUF. But there is one exception which is being made in this code, in this HUF. And that exception is when a member in practice becomes by default a member or karta of HUF. By default means what? By three ways, that is inheritance, succession, or partition of family business. So typically, if I'm by way of inheritance, I become a karta in the HUF, which is doing a business activity. The council is permitting to me, it is permitted to me subject to these three conditions. That is, specific and prior approval of council should be taken. As a karta, I cannot do any activity, or I cannot involve in any of the activities of the HUF. I cannot take active role, no signature, nothing, just like director simpliciter. And the attest function will not be allowed to me because I will be deemed to be in a part-time in practice. So that is very important. As an HUF, I can't do anything, right? Businesses as it is not allowed, but except for these three circumstances. In these three circumstances, business in HUF is allowed, but that too I'll become part-time in practice and with a specific council permission, right? So it is very important because many of the chartered accountant, these questions are raised that in HUF whether I can do any activity or not. No, we are not allowed to do any activity in HUF. If at all we have HUF, it should be out of the surplus fund. Investments are allowed in that HUF. Other than that, no activities allowed in HUF. Going further, friends, the next is a sharing of fees. Now, sharing of fees, there are two clauses in this relation. One clause is sharing my fees with others, and another clause is a mirror clause, sharing others' fees, taking a share in other fees. So, paying a share in my fee or receiving the share in others' fees. Now, clause 2 and clause 3 of part 1 of the first schedule are relevant in this regard. Now, it says that as a chartered accountant in practice, I cannot share my fee with others and take share in the fees of the others, except in the following circumstances. Now, what are those circumstances? I can share the fees or I can receive the share in the fee of a member of the institute, partner, or a retired partner. That needless to say that I can be a partner and I can share the fees with the other chartered accountant. I can also share or share the fees with the legal representative of the deceased partner. Now, if any of the partner dies, then the legal representative, he or she may not be a chartered accountant. But whatever amount is due to that deceased partner, I can share that amount with the legal representative of a deceased partner. There are ways and means of doing it that has been given in Code of Ethics. I am not going in those details. Otherwise, our session will not be over at all. Then any member of any other professional body or with such other person with such other qualification. So friends, in addition to chartered accountants, in addition to the retired partner, in addition to our partners, in addition to a legal representative of deceased partner, I can still share fees with some people who are have member of any other professional body or who are having such other qualifications. I can give share in my fees or I can take share in their fees also. Now, who are those people? Who are those professional bodies and what are those other qualifications? Regulation 53A and 53B of Chartered Accountant Regulations prescribe professional bodies and professional qualification. It is there in front of your screen. I'm not reading it out, but company secretaries, cost accountant, advocates, actuaries, MBAs, BTech engineers, these people, I can share my fees, I can take share in their fees. Now, friends, I'm not talking about partnership here. I'm talking about sharing the fees. So, typically, if an assignment is given to me wherein the company secretary services are required or wherein the qualified actuary services are required, I can join hand for that assignment with that professional, execute my work. If the fees, the client doesn't want to give two checks, so client gives the fees to me, I can share with him. Or client gives the checks to him, I can take a share in that fees. That is the meaning of these clause 2 and clause 3 and the exceptions to clause 2 and clause 3. So I can share with these people, I can take share from these people. I cannot have a partnership. I'll see next in the next slide. In addition to this, wherever there is statutorily stipulated, the sharing of fees is allowed. You know that in Maharashtra Cooperative, a few years before, 20% sharing of fees was 20% deposit of fees was required with the cooperative department. That is allowed if it is required by statute. One clarification or one commentary is there under clause 3 in this new code. Now it says that referral fees amongst the members has now been permitted. Right, you have to, it is the reference is also there in para 330.5 of volume 1, wherein the safeguards are also given, because when we refer, we give a referral fee or we take a referral fee, there is a threat to independence, so there are certain safeguards to be followed. Now what is in volume 1 also it has been mentioned, but what is meant by referral fee? Now friends, referral fees amongst the members, it is not with these members. It is not with these professionals. So amongst the members means amongst the chartered accountant, we can also share or we can also have a referral fee. Now, what do you mean by referral fee? Suppose I am having a client whom I am giving say GST services. Now that client wants to have his bank finance done, and I am not expert in that. So I am referring that client to a chartered accountant A to do the bank finance services. Now, when I'm referring that client, my existing client, for the ongoing client for an additional work which I am not doing, I'm referring it to somebody else. Then, if that chartered accountant A receives the fees, I can ask or I can take the referral fee from that chartered accountant A. That is this referral fee. Please remember, friends, that it is ongoing or existing client. If it is not at all my client, then I cannot simply give clients to the people and take referral from others. That is not allowed. So if it is my client, an additional work of my client, I am giving it to somebody else, I can take a referral fee. Now there is a corollary to this answer to question number 45, if I am not wrong, in FAQ, and it has been given by council guideline also, that many times what happens is, now this chartered accountant A, I have referred a client for a bank finance work. So for that chartered accountant A, it is a referred client. Now that client wants to do, he suppose has establishes good rapport with him. Now that client wants to do some additional activity or some additional services, say valuation services. Now he approaches chartered accountant A again. Now, the council guideline says, or the FAQ question 45, you can refer. There are FAQs published in 2018 on Code of Ethics. You can refer to that. It says that for a referred client, I cannot take. So that chartered accountant A, for that chartered accountant A, that client is a referred client. Now, from that referred client, that chartered accountant A cannot take an additional or original work. So valuation is an original work which is coming to him from that referred client. So when such original work comes from a referred client, it is binding on him to come back to me or ask that client to go back to me And if I am again not able to do it, then he can do this activity. So it is very important, friend, for ethics. There are certain cases also in this regard, because there can be a documentary evidence when I refer a client to chartered accountant A, and when he get the work done, for he does the work something more for that client, there is professional misconduct from that chartered accountant A. So whenever we are having a referral client, we should follow this very strictly, and this referral fees also. Next is a partnership with the other professional. Now, clause 4 has an enabling clause, entering into partnership. Clause 4 says that the chartered accountant can enter into chartered accountant in practice can enter into partnership with cannot enter into partnership with the people other than CAs in practice, but except for those people who are specified in regulation 53A and 53B. So our act has an enabling provision for partnership with these professionals. That is called as multidisciplinary partnership, MDA. But these people do not have the provisions in their regulations. So naturally, our institute also has not formed the rules and regulations for multidisciplinary partnership. And therefore, then a lot of time the questions were coming that if the provisions are allowing, why the institute is not allowing, our institute is not taking forward steps. But friend, we have already have this enabling provision, but such kind of an enabling provision is not there in other acts, and that is why multidisciplinary partnerships are not allowed. And that clarificatory change or clarificatory amendment has been brought in this code of ethics, that in spite of these regulations, multidisciplinary partnerships are not allowed till the regulators of other profession also allow it, and ICAI forms issues the modalities. There was a news a few days before that ICAI has now formed the modalities. No, ICAI not formed the modalities. ICAI has initiated the process of discussing the modalities for multidisciplinary partnership. So multidisciplinary partnerships are still not allowed as on date also, right? Going further, regarding advertisements, solicitations, etc., we'll discuss in detail. A lot of things are there in this. Clause 5, Clause 6, and Clause 7 of Part 1 of first schedule are relevant. Let us go clause by clause. Now, Clause 5 says that the chartered accountant in practice shall be deemed to be guilty if he secures the work from a person who is not an employee of such chartered accountant, or who is not a partner, or by means which are not open to him. So typically, when I go to the people asking for a work who is not my employee or who is not a chartered accountant, then I'll be guilty of misconduct for asking the work, securing the professional work from non-permitted means. I think in the Nashik seminar, I had given one example there, that there was a case in front of our bench when the chartered accountant wrote to the college principals, or the college principal asked the chartered accountant to write to get the work of the trust. Now, the trustees had not appointed him, but the principal said that, okay, you go ahead, I'm appointing you, and I'll take that appointment from trustee. And this chartered accountant went ahead, and this correspondence came to the hand of the other earlier outgoing chartered accountant, and he filed a case saying that you are asking for the work and you are taking the work from non-permitted means. You are requesting the work to the principal of the college, who is neither a chartered accountant, who is not your employee. So under this clause 5, that person was held guilty of misconduct. So you cannot go and ask the work to others. You cannot make rowing inquiries, especially youngsters. When they take a COP, they start simply writing the letters. Now, I'm a practicing chartered accountant, having experience of so and so. If you have any work, if you have any empanelment, kindly let us know. These kind of rowing inquiries we should not go on making, right? So securing the work through this kind of a means is not allowed to us. Clause 6 talks about solicitation. Now, what is solicitation? Solicitation means soliciting the client, right, or a professional work, either directly or indirectly, by circular, advertisement, personal communication, or interview, or by any other means. So directly or indirectly is very important. I cannot advertise directly or indirectly by circular. Circular means I cannot make kind of an appeal and start giving it a circulars to people. I cannot advertise subject to, again, there is a clause 7, there is an exception to it. I'll discuss that. But there cannot be a advertisement by a chartered accountant allowed. There cannot be an interview where I'm asking for soliciting the work. I cannot solicit the work. I can give the interviews, but I cannot solicit the work. Or a personal communication. I cannot send on messages asking for the work. Now, friends, there are exception to it. Before I go ahead, exception says that if I apply to another chartered accountant or request him for work, that is allowed. There's an exception to clause 6. So if a new chartered accountant wants to apply to another chartered accountant saying that if you have any excess work, that is fine, that is allowed to him. But in general, you cannot go on asking. Now, in this regard, I would like to highlight, I have seen certain WhatsApp messages. Then people send it to me that saying that whether it is allowed or not. Now, sending a WhatsApp message in general is not allowed. In fact, there is a clarification in this regard by the Ethical Standard Board decision also, which is there in the last slide of my presentation. Now, the question is, if I'm allowed to apply to a chartered accountant, asking or invite the work or secure the work from another chartered accountant, when I send it to another chartered accountant by WhatsApp, whether it is allowed, one-to-one it is allowed, but if you start sending it on group, it is not allowed, because then it would not be an asking for a work from a chartered accountant. It will be a asking from the work in general, because groups, we never know that there can be another one person other than chartered accountant in that, or somebody can simply forward it to some people like that. So it should be one-to-one communication, and that time it is allowed. Second, here again, as far as tenders are concerned, if I respond to the tenders as per the tendering guidelines of the institute, it is allowed to me. It would not amount to securing or solicitation of that kind of thing. Now, what are the tendering guidelines? Briefly, I'll tell you, because each and every guideline I can't go on discussing, but tendering guidelines are very relevant. These were passed on 7th April 2016 when I was in council. Now, let me tell you, friend, the meeting started for this tendering guidelines from morning 10. It ended in night 1. And the tendering guideline is of 1 page. Now, what does the tendering guideline say? Is that tendering guidelines divides the work in 2 parts. One, work where the work is statutorily restricted to a chartered accountant. And the second type is the work which is not statutorily restricted to chartered accountant. Means statutory audit, which is statutorily restricted under Companies Act, tax audit, which is statutorily restricted under Companies Act. Internal audit is not statutorily restricted under Companies Act. So that goes under second basket. Now, the guideline says that if the work is statutorily restricted to a chartered accountant, the chartered accountants should not respond to the tenders in respect of that work unless the minimum fees is prescribed in a tender. I'm talking about minimum, not maximum. So if a minimum fees is prescribed in that tender, then a chartered accountant can apply to the tender, respond to the tender where the statutorily restricted work has been asked for it. So for any statutory audit of a corporations or companies, recently in my biodata it was read out that I'm a member of finance committee of one university. We wanted to appoint a chartered accountant, and as per their government guidelines, they have to issue the tenders. So I prevailed upon them that you mention the minimum fees in that, then only chartered accountants will be able to apply, because it is a work which is statutorily restricted to a chartered accountant. Whereas the work which is not statutorily restricted to chartered accountants, whether the minimum fees is mentioned or not mentioned, chartered accountants can freely apply to such tenders. So if an internal audit tender comes without mentioning of minimum fees, we can easily apply for that type of tender. So this is a guideline in brief. Now the question is always raised that work is not statutorily restricted to chartered accountant, but tender says that only chartered accountant should apply, whether I can apply or not. Say for example, internal audit work has been, tender comes and it says that only chartered accountants can apply for it. Whether I can apply or not? Yes, I can apply, because the work is not statutorily restricted to chartered accountant. The restrictions have been imposed by the auditee. That is not relevant as far as this tendering guideline is concerned. Coming back to this, directly or indirectly. So important is I cannot do directly or indirectly also. I think I have mentioned one fantastic one, a very good case law, which is again in front of our bench, which had happened. The young member became a chartered accountant. He started a practice in one small town, and for opening of his office, he invited a very reputed person, local person. Next day, in the newspaper, in an editorial column, the news was printed, the editorial was printed, giving a photograph of that inauguration ceremony and extracts from the speech of that reputed person. He was, I think, MLA, MP, or mayor, or something of that sort. And that speech was saying that such and such person is a young chartered accountant, he's a very efficient, he has started his practice, we should support him at young age, he's an expert in all these fields. Now, friends, if had that come as a news item independently, that was a different, but it was an editorial column, and that although a chartered accountant, I mean, it was not directly publicity of that chartered accountant, it was a speech given by that person, and there was a proof also. The chartered accountant produced the proof that it is the speech given by the chartered accountant. Audio proof was produced, but unfortunately, it was given in the editorial column, so it was indirect advertisement by that chartered accountant, and that was not allowed. That was held guilty. Going for the clause 7, advertisement of professional and other achievements. Now, typically, this is regarding the printing of our other designations, appointments, or kind of degrees on the visiting cards, letterheads, etc. As a chartered accountant in practice, we cannot print anything on our professional stationery except my chartered accountancy degree or degrees of a recognized university or degrees which are recognized by the institute, degrees of the institutions which are recognized by the institute. So I cannot go on printing my personal achievements on my professional cards. So designation, only a chartered accountant designation is allowed. I can print my degree. Say I'm a qualified company secretary. I can put ACA or FCS, SCS or FCS. But I cannot print company secretary because that is a designation. I can print a degree, but not designation. Right? I can print a degree, but not designation. Many other kind of achievements are there. Suppose just now in read out in this my profile also, I'm a director in another company or whatever on such and such committee or awardee of any award or something of that sort. All these kind of things cannot be printed on the visiting cards, on the letterheads, on the any kind of a professional stationery. If you are very socially active, then you print your social card separately. There you don't mention the chartered accountant as designation. You can mention CA Mangesh Kinare. But printing a chartered accountant is a designation. So in that you cannot print chartered accountant. You can print CA Mangesh Kinare and you can have your social accolades there and you can have that separate card. But on a professional card, these kind of publication or publicity is not allowed. Now I'll discuss that in detail also. But before that, there is a proviso to this clause which says that the member in practice may advertise through write-up, setting out certain services by him or his firm and particulars which are as per the guidelines. So there are advertisement guidelines which specify how the write-up should be prepared. Now, what does this guidelines say? Now, these guidelines have been included in this volume 2 and is revised also. These guidelines say that write-up means a writing of particular as per guidelines setting out services, right? Name of clients is not allowed, rendered by member of the firms, and it can be displayed by particulars or it can be issued, circulated or published by way of print or electronic mode. Otherwise, including newspapers, journals, magazine. Now, friends, very relevant that these write-ups can be published in a print newspaper also. These write-ups can be circulated through a electronic mode also. Now, very recently, couple of days before, there is a matter which was discussed today also, I think they're discussing in Ethical Standard Board. And I happened to discuss with the ESB chairperson also regarding one advertisement or one kind of something is printed in the newspaper. If possible, I'll show it tomorrow because it is public now. I have not downloaded that. I'll show it tomorrow if it is possible. Now, that is a very borderline case of write-up. Now, I can have my write-up and get it printed in the newspaper also, but it should not tantamount to advertisement or it should not bring disrepute to the profession, right? Now, what is this? That's why I should stick to the advertisement guidelines and these write-up guidelines very carefully. Now, what is this write-up guidelines which is there in front of you? It is entirely in purple because entirely it is being revamped now. So it should be honest and truthful. It should not have an exaggerated claim that I am an expert in so-and-so services. Who am I to decide I'm an expert or not, right? Then it should not be, despairing references or unsubstantiated comparisons to the others. then that is, for example, I'm the largest firm in the city, or we are the pioneers of so and so practice in the city, this kind of thing, because you are comparing with others, you are saying that others are not, right? It should not bring disrepute to the profession. Very important. It should not bring disrepute to the profession. It should not contain testimonials or endorsement from others. So others should not, somebody has said that no, this firm is good, etc. That cannot be there in my write-up. It should not contain any information about achievements, awards, etc., except awards by the institute or regulatory or state government authorities. So no positions, no accreditation should be mentioned. No monogram or any kind of catchword. No, work is worship or that kind of thing. That cannot be there in our write-up or any kind of stationery for that matter. It should not be in a font size more than 14. It should not be violative of any these things, any of our act regulations or guidelines. It should not contain a photograph of proprietor, etc., except for passport size photograph. So it cannot have a photo gallery kind of thing or different kind of photographs. So photograph is permitted, but in a typical manner. So that is a write-up. Now this write-up is typically, friend, what is this write-up? Suppose somebody asks us to prepare for any professional work, asks us to prepare a profile of the firm. This write-up is nothing but that kind of a profile of the firm. So it is giving only and only the factual information without mentioning the names of the client. Yes, services rendered can be mentioned in that. I'll try and show that piece tomorrow to you so that one can have an idea what kind of a situation in the write-up is there. But this write-up I can print in the newspaper also. Now this is something which many people are not knowing. This is something which is a very borderline case because it can tantamount to bringing disrepute to profession, right? So please take care while preparing your write-up as per these guidelines. Going further regarding this, advertisements in press is allowed to us, as I said, in the, for write-ups also, but certain other factual advertisements are also allowed. So change in constitution, change in partnership, change in office. Now factual, I'm taking factual. So if I'm shifting in a new office, I cannot give an advertisement. We have shifted to new office, much larger, very good, having a lot of workstations, capacity of so and so. That kind of thing is not allowed. Change of address factually is allowed to be printed in newspaper. Additionally, now new thing. This is a new provision now. Advertisements for celebrations of silver jubilee, etc., are allowed. Now, many older firms celebrate these kind of functions, and in order to make people aware who are associated with them from years and now not contactable, they would like to have some kind of advertisement of information in paper, newspaper, etc. So, institute has allowed it now, but as I said, that whenever a facility or relaxation is allowed, we'll have to interpret it very, very strictly. Now, this advertisement have to be a factual advertisement. So, typically giving the function, the name of the function, place, time, etc. Right? It should not amount to advertisement of any sort. That care has to be taken. Greeting cards, invitations are generally allowed. Now, as I said, that only degrees are allowed. Professional stationery and visiting card, what are allowed? Only degrees from a recognized university or the institutions which are recognized by the CA Institute, right? Only those are allowed. So ICAI diploma is allowed, but certificate courses are not allowed. There are only 4 diplomas at the present. Please remember: DISA, that is Information System; DIRM, that is Insurance Risk Management; DMBF, which we had launched a couple of years back, Diploma in Management and Business Finance, and Diploma in International Taxation. Other than 4, forensic accounting or forensic auditor or not valuation, but forensic auditor, or what you can say, the concurrent audit diploma certificate course, all these things should not be printed on our cards, on our stationery, because these are certificate courses. If I'm a member or president of any social club locally, I cannot print that on my card. I cannot print on my card or a stationery from when my firm is established, catchwords or missions, etc. Nothing of that kind can be printed on my stationery. Established since, number of date of establishment can be mentioned in my write-up, but not on my card or not on my letterheads, etc. New provision or new additionally clarificatory provision says that Members who are director in the companies, member of political parties, CSLs, or holding different position clubs, etc., are not allowed to print that in their card. Even a specialization, many firms have specialization, one who is an expert in GST, ITAT, or finance professional. So that kind of thing also cannot be printed. Suppose I am in my firm, I am handling a GST work, I cannot write Mangesh Kindre partner GST, head of a GST. No, that cannot be written on my card. Only two things are allowed now, because these two things are new, and a separate things or a separate qualification is required for that. That is insolvency professional and registered valuer. That is being now allowed by the institute. Even certain international degrees are allowed, where the institute has the MOU or MRA, mutual recognition agreement, or mutual understanding with them. So CPA Canada, for example, there is a mutual agreement. So CPA Canada is somebody has passed that they can print it on their card. So this is something which can be printed on the cards. Going further, sponsorships. We cannot sponsor, a firm cannot sponsor any event as such, except the program event organized by program organizing unit. So Nashik branch organizing something, the firm can sponsor that, but subject to the approval of the ICAI, typically CPA directorate, and so on. But individually, we can have a CSR sponsorship. There we can print our name as CA Mangesh Kindre. My firm name cannot be printed, but CA Mangesh Kindre, I can get it printed there. Advertisement of coaching. It is already there on 18th May 2017. This guideline has come, announcement has come, and that now been included in this. Now, this announcement also has come because of the case which was there in front of our bench. I was a member of the disciplinary committee that time, and a case came where a chartered accountant was teaching in a coaching class as per the 25 hours norms and all those things, and also having a practice, full-time practice. Now, on that coaching class banner, his name and photograph was printed, saying that such and such person, practicing chartered accountant, expert in taxation, or whatever it may be. Now, that amounted to advertisement, and that is why this provision have been brought, and it has been brought in volume 2 now. If I'm in practice and I'm allowed to do a coaching as per the, we have discussed that Regulation 198, then in my coaching banner, I cannot say that I'm a practicing chartered accountant. My name should not appear at all in that. So that should be very clearly seen. As far as signboards also, illumination, some kind of illumination is now allowed, keeping in mind the visibility, etc. TV movie credit. It was allowed earlier, now clarification. Now, typically in TV serials or movies, the name of chartered accountants of that production house comes. It is allowed, but it should not be in a different manner. It should be in a similar manner like others. Interviews, I have mentioned that it is allowed. I can even mention my firm name in that, but it should not result in the publicity. But in books, articles, etc., right? Professional attainments are prohibited, but I can put my prefix CA or firm name is permitted. Uploading educational video, that is also allowed now, but I should not mention my firm name there. Now, as far as appearance on TV and film and internet, that was already allowed, but internet has now been added in that, and in that it is also been mentioned that firm name also may be allowed, but exaggerated claim should not be there. So, friend, there is a subtle difference in that. If I make an educational video and I upload myself, I'm not allowed to mention my firm name. But now this educational video, which I'm there, I'm speaking in your forum, and I'm speaking through internet. Now, if Nashik branch tomorrow uploads that video and I mention my firm name, it is allowed in that case, right? So if I'm doing myself, I cannot upload my educational video with my firm name. My name can be there, but my firm name cannot be there. The next important is regarding network, and people know that some notices have been issued now to some people. Now, as a chartered accountant in practice, I cannot become a member of any network other than network of chartered accountants, which is registered with the institute. Now, since it is now public that the notices have been issued to the members who are the member of any network. Network means what, friends? Network for the promotion or referral of the professional work. So there are typically a physical as well as virtual networks. Physical network, what they say that different people from different occupation will come together. They will meet once in 15 days or whatever it may be. And whatever work is emanating or arising out of their interaction, they will share amongst them, and they will share the fees also. There will be a membership of that network. So here a chartered accountant can become a member of a network of anything, and that is not allowed, right? Uh, BNI network is the network which people typically talk, business network, I think something of that sort. So it can, that kind of a network we are not allowed to enter into if we are in practice. That was a physical network. Even a virtual network is not allowed. Virtual network, what I mean to say is that there are certain websites which say that we are keeping the data of all the professionals of different sort. So you become a member with our website, we will refer you the work. We are not allowed to become a member of such network also. This is a virtual network. We are not allowed to become a member. We are allowed to print our name in a directory in a typical manner. There are guidelines for that. We cannot have a specific, there should be a proper section for chartered accountants. There should be a logical sequence of the in that directory for chartered accountants and all those things. So that is allowed. But becoming a network, now people are asking that suppose I am a member of a chamber of commerce, say Nashik Chamber of Commerce is there, whether I can become a member of that. Friend, that is not a network. There you are becoming a member for your social appetite. You are not becoming a member to get a professional work. Ultimately you may get it by serving there on any social forum. If you are serving and then your name is known to people, then networking, informal networking happens. You happen to know more people, you happen to get more professional work. That's a different thing. But you are not joining there. The preamble of that organization is not creating a professional work or sharing a professional work. So when a preamble is of that kind, you cannot become a member of that network unless it is a network of chartered accountants and registered with the institute. Logo, you all know that there are logo guidelines and we can print logo as per that guidelines only. There is an advisory on 20th April, which is there on the website also, which is not there in the code as such, because code has been already printed by that time. But there is an advisory I would like to highlight that what was happening was in this COVID era, people wanted to serve the society, and that's why people say that we will give you free services for these COVID warriors, say nurses, doctors, policemen, etc. We'll give you free services. आपके हम return free file करेंगे and all those things. Now, institute has come up with this guideline saying that quantum of fees should not be specified anywhere, even in our write-ups also. So charging the free of cost, giving a free of cost services is nothing but charging zero fees. That is nothing but quantum. So that kind of a thing. Of course, we cannot publish our fees anywhere outside. So similarly, free services also cannot be publicized anywhere. Now, there was a discussion on one WhatsApp forum that we should give free services to this thing and we should come out and all. Unfortunately, this provision is exactly against that we cannot publicize that we are giving the free services. We can give the free services, that no, there's no harm in that, but we cannot publicize that. These are the guidelines which is there in front of you, which have now been included in our volume 2. Volume 2 is now become very exhaustive volume. Now, friends, going further, this was regarding advertisement, solicitation, etc. Going further, appointment under company's laws. Now, why I've taken this is that when we take any assignment for that matter, the clause talks about the company law compliance. But I want to highlight that we must see to it that all the appointment formalities are completed. Now, this clause says that if I accept the Companies Act audit without checking whether the appointment formalities have been complied or not, I'll be held guilty of misconduct. Now, as we know that in companies, the auditor's appointment is made in AGM. So it is our duty. If somebody says that as per board relation, you have been appointed, you get an appointment letter like that, you must verify why it has happened. There is only in exceptional circumstances the board can appoint the auditor. So you must first check that why it is not appointed in AGM. So the proper formalities have to have completed. I'll give you one case which I had already mentioned. I think there were 4 auditors audited the accounts. There was nothing in the accounts, as Vajay sir said, that nobody was to be harmed because of those accounts. Right? There was nothing in the accounts. It was hardly, there were some assets and some capital was there, and there was no profit, not much profit in that year. There was no activity per se in that company. So auditor signed the balance sheet. Unfortunately, subsequently, there was a dispute among the directors. Directors, those who were disputing, said that how this auditor was appointed. It was appointed fraudulently by other directors. without taking an AGM. Where is the minutes of AGM? Where are the notices of AGM? There was no notices of AGM. So as a chartered accountant, when we accept an appointment, please ensure that the notice was properly served as far as companies are concerned, to the members and outgoing auditors also, and obtaining the minutes duly verified by the chairman where they are appointed. With an appointment letter, ask them to give a verified minutes, certified minutes also. Now, as I said that I am highlighting this provision because wherever there are more than one people, proprietor is appointing a chartered accountant, that's a different thing. But wherever there are partners, companies, trusts, whenever appointment is given, see to it that the appointment procedure were properly done. In trust and society, a lot of problems are faced because members say that the appointment was not done properly at all. Trust notices, they are very, they are by nature, they are very casual because they are doing a voluntary work in trust. So typically the notices are not sent, or if at all they are sent, they are not properly monitored, etc. And the minutes are also, meeting is also not conducted in that formal manner. And we are appointed as an auditor of trust, and we conduct the audit, and we happen to see that suddenly the procedure was not followed. We are nowhere. So please see that the appointment procedures are followed. Communication with the previous auditor. I will just rush through this again. Rohan, I will have to take 10 minutes more, 10-15 minutes more.
Yes, sir, no problem.
And if
Please
at all
go.
something left out, we'll cover it tomorrow.
Okay, sir.
So non-communication with the previous auditor, clause 8, basically accepting an appointment and communication. That is again important. On one part, I have to see my appointment, and the second part, I have to see that who is the previous auditor. Clause 8 of the first schedule is specifically on this, in this regard. So whenever chartered accountant is appointed as an auditor, the position of auditor previously held by another chartered accountant, right? He is supposed to communicate it that first he has to communicate in writing and then accept an appointment. Now, the salient feature here, it is applicable to all types of audit because it says that accepts a position as an auditor. So all types of audits are covered in this. So even for internal audit, this clause is applicable. Position previously held by chartered accountant and not previous year's chartered accountant. So typically in tax audits, see, suppose first year there is a tax audit, second year there is no tax audit, third year there is no tax audit, fourth year again there is a tax audit, and I am appointed in the fourth year. I must see who was the earlier auditor in that position, earlier chartered accountant in that position, and I must communicate with that person. Then communication must be before acceptance of audit. Now it is first, you see the last word of this clause, first communication in writing. So it should be before. Now very relevant. I'll give you a very classic case which had happened. Now in the era of UDIN, it may not occur now, but earlier, when private limited companies audit is conducted, that audit and tax audit is conducted together. So the auditor was changed with a proper consent. The earlier auditor was retained as tax consultant, and the new auditor was appointed in place of earlier auditor. And the new auditor communicated with the earlier auditor somewhere around 10 September. This change happened, so he communicated with them, with the earlier auditor. He also had no issue, so he said no problem at all. You go ahead. The work was completed. Now, typically, friends, that in case of a private limited company, they have to have an AGM before 30th September. And naturally, even if whenever we complete the audit, we used to write the date so that they can have a 21 days notice. So typically, this auditor put the date of 31st August on the audit report. Now, what happened was subsequently there was a dispute of client and the earlier chartered accountant regarding their fees. So earlier chartered accountant, in order to take revenge on client, filed a case against this new chartered accountant saying that you have communicated with me, fine, no problem. But the communication should be before acceptance of audit. You have communicated with me on 10th September, whereas on the balance sheet, you have signed on 31st of August. So you have not communicated with me before acceptance of audit. So friend, this is very relevant that it should be before acceptance of audit on record. So it's very clear. Now, modes of communication we'll discuss in the next slide. So as regards government and bank audits, right, the conditional acceptance or has been allowed now because we have to complete the work fast. So council has now added this, that you can start the audit with a conditional acceptance saying that If the earlier auditor says or raises some professional observation, then we'll have to stop the audit subsequently, right? So that with conditional acceptance, one can start the audit. The modes of communication, we know that before this new code came into existence, only two types of communication mode were allowed. That is by way of registered post with acknowledgement due, or by way of handwritten letter with a hand delivery with an acknowledgement properly sealed on that letter. Now, friends, people were asking that whether by courier everything is allowed or not. No, courier is not allowed, because courier is not recognized by the institute as an official mode of communication. Two additional modes of communications have been added in this new code now. Acknowledgement by way of communication from a retiring auditors via email address registered with the institute or last known email address. Now, friends, email communication is now allowed. But very importantly, it has to be on the registered email address with the institute or last known. Last known means very recently known. Recent communication should be there with that earlier auditor on that email. That is, so better to take, it is always a registered email address with the institute. Institute will give it now. Important is what? If I send an email saying that I have been appointed such and such audit, your earlier auditor, kindly let me know whether you have any professional objection or not. Whether that is sufficient for me to start, I waited for say 7 days or whatever it may be. No, because acknowledgement of communication is relevant. Now, friends, if the communication is not acknowledged, so email is not acknowledged, I cannot go ahead in this case. So typically, even if somebody, the earlier auditor acknowledges that, saying that, okay, noted, will respond. Now that is an acknowledgement. So some kind of acknowledgement should be there. Otherwise, this email communication is not a valid communication. The fourth type of communication is a communication through UDIN. The guidelines are yet to come, so I'm not speaking much on that. But perhaps this can put rest to an entire dispute or entire issues regarding communication. Because UDIN communication will be directly on the portal of the institute. As I mentioned while discussing volume 1, the duty also has been casted on the retiring auditor now to respond to the communication of the internal auditor. So retiring auditor has to bring to the notice of the incoming auditor the specific highlights which he wants the incoming auditors to take into consideration while performing the audit work. Now, but for that purpose, the incoming auditor also should preempt or should ask him to respond. So in the letter, we simply should not say that I am appointed, whether you have any objection for it. So whether you want to highlight any of the facts or circumstances which in your opinion are necessary for me to take into consideration while discharging my professional duties, that kind of communication, when it goes to the retiring auditor, it is binding on the retiring auditor to respond to you and to tell you something more than simply having objection or not having objection. So this is very relevant now. The question is always raised that, suppose, especially in case of GST audit, suppose last year there was an audit conducted by ICWA, and then I am now being appointed as an auditor, whether I should communicate or not. The code says that it is advisable. It is not mandatory on me, but it is advisable. It is a good practice to communicate. So it is not mandatory per se. Now, in this regard, I would like to draw your attention to clause 1 of part 2 of second schedule. It says that a member will be guilty if he's contravening any of the provisions of the act or regulations or guidelines. Now, in this regard, Council General Guidelines 2008, now which is there in the volume 2, it says that a member of the institute in practice shall not accept, shall means compulsion, binding, the appointment as an auditor of an entity if an undisputed fee of a chartered accountant for carrying out the statutory audit of the Companies Act or under various other statute has not been paid. So if earlier auditor fees, statutory auditor fees is not paid, I shall not accept. If I'm appointed, I shall not accept. There is no question of any NOC. There is no question of any acceptance. It is applicable only to the statutory audits under Companies Act or under any other statute. So tax audit, GST audit, every audit, it is applicable. So if I'm appointed as an auditor for this statutory audit, my first duty is to check whether any undisputed fees of the earlier auditor is outstanding or not. If I'm convinced that it is not outstanding, I can communicate with him for accepting the audit. And if he says that my fees is outstanding, I must check up with my client that he is saying my fee is outstanding. You are saying no. So what is the fact? The client may say that it is not undisputed, it is disputed. There is a dispute among us. Now, please don't rely on client. See the dispute. Merely sending an email saying that I am not able to pay your fee because your services were not proper is not a dispute. The dispute should be properly documented dispute. Then only we must accept the client's contention that it is not an undisputed fee. Otherwise, it is an undisputed fees, and if it is not paid, I shall not accept the work at all. Correct? As I said, this is applicable only to the undisputed fee in respect of a statutory audit. So if any taxation work or other fees is outstanding and that is not paid, that it is not binding on me to not to accept the work at all. So typically, as I said, the procedure can be, I must check first whether the fees, it is a statutory audit, I must check first whether the undisputed fees are outstanding. If it is yes, I shall not accept. If it is no, then I can go ahead, I can communicate, I can take the communication and go ahead. After communicating, after the acceptance of communication, delivery of the communication, if there is no return communication from him for some reasonable time, say 15 days time, I can still go ahead with that if undisputed fee is not outstanding for statutory audit. Now, friends, undisputed fee definition, etc. is given there. The very relevant aspect, as I mentioned here, is there can be undisputed fee in terms of a tax audit for people who are having accounts on cash basis. Now, what has to be done in that regard? Because there is no provision, because undisputed fees means which is provided in the books of account. I myself written to the Ethical Standard Board for clarification on that. But in my view, still conservatively, I should not accept the audit. I should check from the chartered accountant that what is the fee, what was their agreement, what was their engagement letter. As per that letter, if the fees is not paid to him till I start the audit, my appointment date, I shall not accept the audit. So NOC, where the NOC is relevant, NOC is nowhere is mentioned. So why we are talking NOC always? NOC will be relevant only in few cases where the previous year's audit fee is not paid, statutory audit fee is not paid. I am being appointed now. Now, the client, the outgoing auditor also wants to leave the work because he knows that he is in good faith with client and there is a cash crunch, etc. So he said that, okay, you pay my fee later, but I will not be able to conduct the audit. You appoint somebody else. So I am appointed there. Then I must have a proper NOC from outgoing client that my fees have not been paid, but I am permitting this perhaps with this kind of a proper arrangement in future. So that kind of NOC is allowed and it should be properly documented in a tripartite mode. So this is regarding the appointment of a new auditor. Now, two more clarifications have been issued. If I send a letter by register AD and if the office is found locked of the outgoing auditor, or that it comes back to me saying that there is no such address exist. Now, if I'm very sure that if that address is as per the institute record, the communication shall be deemed to have been delivered to the outgoing auditors. That's a welcome change, clarification which has come. Now, regarding the independence or interest, very relevant, friends. Clause 4, this aspect, independence, is very relevant. Clause 4 of first schedule, part 1, is relevant in this regard. Now, it says that a chartered accountant shall be held guilty if he expresses an opinion on financial statements of any business or enterprise in which he or his partner or his firm has a substantial interest. Now, what is a substantial interest or what is an interest? Now, with the Companies Act 2013, these provisions have got changed. Now, as you can see that it is as per regulation and as per act. So we have asked for an amendment. Institute also has asked for an amendment in this with regard to Companies Act 2013. Now, friends, provision here is, as far as corporate entity is concerned, we'll see later on. For non-corporate entity, other than companies, the substantial interest means interest which is having a voting power of more than 20%. So, if a member is entitled to other person, if it is a voting power is more than 20%, right? In this kind of a non-corporate assessees or non-corporate entities, say if it's a partnership firm, and if I have a substantial interest or I am related to 3 out of 4 partners, then it is substantial interest in that firm, right? So if I'm, so that is very relevant here. So financial interest or substantial interest is has to be more than 20% in non-corporate entities. Now, in this regard, guidance note on independence of auditors is very relevant. As I said, my job is to sensitize you. I cannot run through entire guidance note, but here it is very clearly mentioned that Companies Act disqualifications have to be taken in letter and spirit. So, as an auditor, I cannot do certain types of work that has also been mentioned here. Very relevant, I would like to draw your attention to the last pointer. Chapter 9 of Council Guidelines 2008. Also, it is being mentioned. When I'm appointed as a statutory auditor of a PSU, government listed or any other company having turnover more than 50 crores, right? Then my other fees, other than statutory audit fees, should not exceed my statutory audit fees. That is very, very, very relevant. Now, other fees means say a taxation work or an advisory work of that kind of work fees should not exceed my audit fees regarding these kind of entities. So, because it will hamper my independence, it will tantamount to interest in that company, right? And that's why it should be avoided. Now, new changes have come as regards this substantial interest is concerned. Conflict of interest provisions have been modified with respect to Companies Act. We'll see in the next slide. Statutory auditor cannot become internal auditor. We know that internal auditor cannot become tax auditor or GST auditor also. That is tax auditor, internal auditor not becoming GST auditor was already there. Internal auditor not becoming GST auditor cannot become GST auditor. That's a new addition which is there. In addition to that, suppose I am a director in an independent director in a company and I retire or I resign on one day. Now immediately I cannot take audit of that company. There has to be a cooling period of 2 years. That's a new provision. So a cooling off period of 2 years has to be there for a director after he's ceasing to be a director of that company in order to take the audit of that company. So immediately I cannot start the audit of the company. Now these are the provisions in the next slide regarding the disqualifications of an auditor in the Companies Act. So I'm not running through because this is not a Companies Act seminar. But as far as the independence or substantial interest is concerned, that aspect has gone now, and conflict of interest aspect has come in the Companies Act, Section 141(3)(d). Now, if you see that if a person is holding a single share or security in the company or subsidiary company, he cannot take an audit of that company, right? Now, it has been further provided that a relative may hold right interest or security in the company not exceeding the value of rupees 1 lakh, face value of rupees 1 lakh. So shareholding of 1 lakh is allowed to a relative but not to an auditor. So auditor cannot have shareholding in the company at all. A very strict provision in the Companies Act. There cannot be an indebtedness also of exceeding rupees 5 lakhs, or there cannot be a guarantee or security given more than rupees 1 lakh to that company. So that is regarding conflict of financial interest. So these kind of disqualifications have to be observed with respect to the independence as far as appointment of auditor of a company is concerned. Next, contingent fees. This is clause 10 of first schedule part 1. As a chartered accountant in practice, I will not be able to charge the fees which is contingent, which is on the percentage basis or on the contingent on happening of certain events. So and we all know that percentage basis fees cannot be allowed, or if contingent means what? If something happens that my fees will be so much, if other thing has happened then my fees will be so much. That kind of a variable fee on the happening or not happening of events cannot be there. So very important friends here is in that red pointers which I have pointed out, if you see on your screen, even agreeing to charge or accept the fees on percentage basis or contingent basis is also not allowed. So if you enter into an agreement with a client saying that fees will be paid as per this percentage basis of the turnover, or happening, if you're making a profit, then fees will be so much. If you're not so much of profit, then so much of fees. Now that is a contingent upon happening of certain event. Ultimately, you may not take fee according to that, but even agreement, entering into agreement of that such kind of thing is a misconduct. So it is against our code of ethics. Now, Regulation 192 of CA regulation has given certain exceptions to this clause, which says that as a receiver, liquidator, etc., you can have a charged fees on percentage basis. Even management consultancy services, which are approved by council, certain type of management consultancy services, the contingent basis fees is allowed. Insolvency professionals or non-assurance services also contingency fees allowed. Second last pointer I would like to highlight, certain fundraising services, it is there in the regulation. The fees may be based on percentage basis of fundraise. So when we are doing a bank finance, whether the fees can be on a percentage basis. Now, what is certain fundraising services? Again, for your information, this also I have raised an issue with an ethical standard board. What is a certain fundraising services? And there is clarification yet to come. Naturally, there has to be a lot of deliberation on that, and clarification will come on that. But till the clarification comes, to my mind, fundraising services, the percentage basis fees is allowed, or contingent basis fees is allowed, right? Percentage basis fees is allowed, not contingent basis, but percentage basis fees is allowed. So there was a question from typically from the people who deal in a private equity, because their term sheets are like that on the basis of percentage, whether I can do it or not. According to me, yes, it can be done because it is allowed right now for certain fundraising services. Going further, friends, allowing some people, other people to practice in my name. Now, we don't allow as such, but by our conduct, if it is proved that some persons are practicing in my name, some persons are signing in my name, and I am not taking action against that, then I'll be violating this code, this ethical principle, and I'll be guilty of misconduct. So, whenever I find that there are certain balance sheets signed in my name, and I know that this is not signed by me, I must immediately raise this issue with an institute, and if possible also file an FIR with the police in this regard. So I cannot just take sit back and relax saying that hoega dekha jayega. So I cannot allow non-CA to practice in my name. Why I'm telling you this is, there was a question asked to me. I don't want to name the city. The person is practicing in one city, and in the adjacent city, which is more than 50 kilometers away from him, right? But there also were good practice for prospects were there. Now there, what happened was his cousin was there practicing as an advocate. Now his cousin was practicing an advocate, and his cousin's name was printed on the signboards, and below that he also mentioned that the correspondence office of so and so chartered accountant. Now what happens is you are allowing that person purportedly by to practice in your name by putting your name on that board. First of all, you are not allowed to do like that, because you'll have to have a branch, and if you have to have a branch, you have to have a chartered accountant over there. But at the same time, by putting your name with somebody else, you are allowing that person also to practice in your name. That is, you can say, a deeming provision. So one has to be very clear in this that you are not putting any kind of such things and allowing other people to practice in your name. Going further, friends, preparation of certificates and reports. In detail, we are going to discuss it tomorrow. But I am just taking this clause here because in the flow it is coming. Certifying estimated earning, clause 3 of second schedule. Now, Vijay sir has explained you the difference between first schedule and second schedule. So clause 3 of second schedule, which is very serious offense, one can say, serious violation of code. It says that a chartered accountant in practice cannot allow his name, permit his name to be associated or used in connection with an estimate of earnings contingent upon happening of or not happening of certain events or transaction in a manner which may lead to believe that you are vouching the accuracy of forecast. So typically, the project report, etc., cannot be signed by chartered accountants. So when you sign the project report, you are vouching the accuracy of estimated earning. As a chartered accountant, how you can forecast what is an income tomorrow? Because project reports are typically for next 3 to 5 years. So as a chartered accountant, when you sign that, how you will be able to forecast that in next 3 years or 5 years, this will be the income? That is not allowed. even the Calcutta High Court has also mentioned that. Now, of course, this clause is also against that. Now, the query is, the people come to us, bankers say that the project report has to be certified by chartered accountant. Now, what I should do with that? Now, therefore, tomorrow we'll be discussing, there is a Standards on Assurance Engagement 3400, which talks about examination of prospective financial information. How I can prepare a certificate in that scenario, we'll see tomorrow. But it is very clear that I cannot sign the project report as a practicing chartered accountant. Okay. Going further, friends, certain auditing and other verification aspects. Again, part 1 of second schedule, I'm discussing certain clauses. Most of the cases will be discussed by Vijay sir tomorrow in this, but certain cases which had come in front of our bench, I will try and discuss with you in this regard. Now, submitting the report without verification of financial statements. So when I certify or submit in my name report on the examination of the statements, and it is subsequently found that I'm putting my signature on that, on a financial statement, I must have verified the entire financial statements, right? No, it is not that by somebody has done it. Now I cannot plead that. Typically, in giving the work on assignment, right, we own up a responsibility for that. We cannot subsequently say that he has checked it, so I have signed it proper. I have signed it. So it itself is a professional misconduct. And there I have given one case law. I don't know whether I mentioned in last meeting in Nashik or not, but it had happened in front of our bench only. I just mentioned 3-4 case laws with respect to these clauses. There was a trust, community trust, and there was a dispute in the community trust, and one trustee was discharged. The chairperson of that trust was charged that with what you can say, siphoning of funds, etc., and he was removed. Now, he was a very prominent person in that community. So he said that the balance sheet was prepared, saying putting an amount recoverable from him, putting an X amount as recoverable from him. Now, being a reputed person in that trustee, he prevailed upon the members of the community, and they said that no, this is not correct. I will say that appoint such and such person. He will verify that how the dues are payable by me or not, exact amount of dues payable me or not. So the other chartered accountant was appointed. He carried out his process. He checked how much is exact amount recoverable from him. Now, his assignment was basically to report only what is the amount which is recoverable from that removed trustee. Unfortunately, this chartered accountant recasted entire balance sheet, and there recoverable from that trustee, that amount he changed and recasted entire balance sheet, signed that balance sheet and submitted it to trust. Now the trustees, who are disputing trustees, filed a case against this chartered accountant saying that you have signed the financial statement without verifying and submitting a report without verifying it. You are only verifying only the amount dues from that person. You are not verified the assets, liabilities, income, etc. Then why you are signing the financial statements? So he did it in a good faith. As Vajay was mentioning, many times we do a lot of things in a good faith and fall in difficulty. So he did it in a good faith, but that was not correct as per our code of ethics. So whenever we do that, any auditing or such kind of activities, we must take proper engagement letter, what I am supposed to do. And here also, there is a different kind of certificates, right, for agreed upon procedures. Tomorrow we are going to discuss. So there is no need of certifying the balance sheet per se, certifying the financial statements per se. There is a different certificate for agreed upon procedure. You can give that. There is no issue about that. Correct? So that is one thing. Clause 5 talks about failure to disclose the material facts. Now, whenever we are doing an audit, as I said, the basic fundamental principle is a professional competence. So I must know all the acts, all the relevant clauses which are applicable to the client. Now, failure to disclose the material facts. I'll give you one example I always give very fondly. I think I given in Nashik also last time. There was a company, a small construction company, private limited company, who was doing one or two construction activities in a year. Right? After one activity is complete, one project is completed, they were taking the second project. In 1 year, it so happened that there was no project at all with them. So what they did was, whatever surplus was there, they invested in the mutual funds or shares. So in that year, there was no income other than dividend from mutual fund or share, and majority of their assets investments were in the shares. Auditor audited, कुछ activity नहीं है साल में, तो कुछ problem ही नहीं है. Auditor simply audited and signed the balance sheet like last year. Now the case was filed because it went to, I was a member of a state level coordination committee which was formed by RBI, and that RBI looks after all these kind of a financial statement because it's a company. It was filed with ROC. From ROC they pick up the balance sheets. Now there is a provision in Reserve Bank RBI regulation where more than 50% of, if in a company more than 50% of income is a financial income, or more than 50% of the assets is a financial assets, then that company becomes the NBFC and it has to get itself registered under RBI. And if it is not registering under RBI, the auditor has to make a special report to the directors also and to the RBI also. Now, in our case, friends, it was a construction company, but it invested in shares. So more than 50% of its investments assets were in financial assets, and the entire income was coming from the dividend from shares. So naturally, it became an NBFC. Auditor was not knowing that, and naturally, he pleaded that I was not knowing this provision, but professional competence, code of ethics demand that you are supposed to know when you have taken this activity. So whenever, and that is why now in new Caro, the last clause has come saying that if you are, whether the company is an NBFC, if yes, whether it is being registered or not. So one has to be very careful while answering this clause. Please remember, whatever may be, don't take it from the last year. See the current year's assets and current year's income of the company, and then report on this clause of Caro. Clause 6 of second schedule of part 1. Failure to report material misstatements. Here also, I'll just give an example by way of case. There is a case where in a balance sheet there was a huge amount of loan from a private sector bank. Let's take for the example under our understanding 3 crores of rupees loan and say 30 lakhs rupees of interest was there. So 3 crore 30 lakhs rupees was shown there. On the last day, 31st March of the financial year, the entry came in the books of account of 3 crores, right? And the client, the company, booked it as loan from others and removed it from the loan from the private sector company. So that private sector company loan was presented at 30 lakhs rupees and loan from others was rupees 3 crores. Chartered accountant, auditor might have asked, might have not asked. We don't know exactly what was the case. But he signed the balance sheet, and ultimately it was found that these 3 crores, this private sector bank's loan was taken by asset reconstruction company. Now that asset reconstruction company has taken over that loan of 3 crores. Now, since that asset reconstruction company's name was not coming in the balance sheet, they had to fight in the court of law. And therefore, they filed a case against this chartered accountant. There was a material misstatement in this statement of account, and you have not highlighted it. The chartered accountant, the auditor, pleaded that I have already disclosed it as a loan, other loans. But friends, you all know that in companies, there is a proper disclosure for loans, secured, unsecured, and from whom, and all those things. Whether it is what is security has been provided. I'm not going in detail of that, Schedule 3. But proper disclosure requirements are there for loans, and that was not done. Secondly, the auditor pleaded that I have written to the client, but they are not answered. What can I do? Now, here also, you cannot say that I have written, because again, you can see the next clause, failure to obtain the sufficient information. If you are not able to obtain the information, you have to qualify that. You are saying in the report that as per the information and explanation given to me, and you are saying that they have not given an explanation to me, then you have to qualify that in your report that on such and such, I was not given any explanation. So clause number 8, failure to obtain sufficient information. You simply cannot say that I was not given an proper information, right? I can give you one more case in this regard, clause number 8. There was a retirement in a firm, partnership firm, and a new partner came instead of the old partner. See, old partner had, say, a capital account balance of rupees 40 lakhs, right? There was an agreement between the new partner and old partner that new partner will take over all his liability, and he'll repay him from his own funds. Now that agreement was that he's repaying by way of giving his own flat to the outgoing partner. Now that flat agreement value and all those things was market value so much, something was mentioned. Right? As per the market value, it was mentioned. So quantum was not mentioned. Now chartered accountant signed the balance sheet. From that balance sheet, now his loan, his entire 40 lakhs rupees of the retiring partner were removed, right? And it was named, it was taken in the name of the incoming partner. Now this person, chartered accountant, signed the balance sheet on the basis of that agreement. The outgoing partner subsequently filed a case against the firm also and chartered accountant also, saying that how my 40 lakhs rupees are removed from books of accounts. The chartered accountant pleaded that on the basis of this agreement. Now that agreement was silent. It was only the transfer of flat. It was not mentioned full and final settlement of this amount. Even the stamp duty valuation of that flat was around 20 lakhs or 15 lakhs or something. So the retiring auditor filed a case against this chartered accountant, and this chartered accountant was held guilty in this regard. Clause 8, he was not able to find this information, how these 40 lakhs rupees were discharged. Right? So these are very important principles in audit. Failure to report material departure, you have to put our entire UDIN. If you are doing the audit of the listed company, then it should be peer-reviewed firm, recently peer-reviewed firm. So UDIN has come in the second schedule, friends, remember. So if you are not able to generate the UDIN, it will amount to professional misconduct under clause 9 of second schedule, right? First part, second schedule. So it is very relevant here. I think there are 3-4 slides, if I'm not wrong. I think we'll be able to, it will take some 10-15 minutes. So Rohan, I think from this slide, I'll take it tomorrow. Is that okay?
Yes, sir. No problem, sir.
So tomorrow I'll need around one hour's time. I think we are devoted 1 hour's time only tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, sir.
Okay. So I think I'll conclude here tomorrow because, and we are not, I would have been otherwise happy, but tomorrow we are having entire question answer session for 1 hour. So kindly reserve your questions on this for tomorrow's session. So I think I'll conclude here because I don't want to stretch further. We have already sat for more than 3 hours. So thank you very much for this opportunity and see you tomorrow morning. And from this clause, again, these are very relevant clauses of second schedule. We will discuss tomorrow. And I'll also take the different specific types of certificates and report, how we are going to prepare it, and what are the stipulations and conditions, and what are the guidances our institute in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Sir, thank you for giving your valuable time to Nashik branch. And the session of such good examples today are very knowledge sharing to us. And you are sharing your practical experience also with us. So it will be very helpful for us in our practical life. Hope these examples will be continued tomorrow also. So thank you, sir. I have also received many questions in the chat box. I have compiled them and we will be sharing it with everyone tomorrow. And I will also mail it to you.
Yeah,
so,
myself and Vajay sir also, so that we can discuss and we can take tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So thank you. I request members to write their full names at least in the participants list. There are some names, only Amol sir is mentioned. We do not have the full name of them. So I request everyone to please write their name as well as membership number in the login name. You can just go to participants list, hold your name tag, the rename option will be pop out. You just rename yourself so we can give you the CPR's credit. And also we have received WIRC referencer manuals. I request everyone who have given their names to branch for the reference manual to collect them within 2 days, so as to rest of them will be given to other members. I request everyone to come tomorrow sharp 9:30 for Mangesh sir's lecture. So thank you for today. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much. We'll start from here. Then I'll take a presentation on certificates and reports, and then Vajay sir's this thing will be there, right? Tomorrow, like that only. No?
Yes,
okay.
Sir. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. थँक्यू सर. छान झालं सर एकदम.
थँक्यू. चला भेटूया मग उद्या.
हो सर, उद्या भेटतो 9:30ला.
9:30ला.
Okay.
मी 9 हे बघ
हो.
काहीतरी इश्यू दिसतोय आज, पण मला काय कळलं नाही काय झालं ते. सो टुमॉरो जरा उद्या लवकरच जॉईन होतो मी पण.
हो सर, 9:15ला जॉईन होऊ आपण.
एकदा सकाळी मला मेल पाठव परत, काय मला कळत नाही. आता सकाळी पाठवलं ना मेल, त्याच्यावरती उघडलं.
उद्याची लिंक ही सेपरेट आहे. मी तुम्हाला आणि वजे सरांना दोघांनाही पाठवतो लिंक.
सकाळी पाठव, कारण मला ना कालच्या मेलवरती उघडत नव्हतं बराच वेळ. मला ते टेन्शन यायला लागलं.
नाही सर, हे पाठवतो परत.
ओके ओके
ओके सर. ओके, थँक्यू. सायली मॅडम, तुम्ही मेंबरशिप नंबर नाही टाकलाय. ना अमोल सर दुसरे आहेत कोणतरी. नाही थांबा, नाव चेंज करतायत. सायली मॅडम चेंज करतील. अमोल सर कोण आहेत? अमोल कोण आहेत? आज पेमेंट आता ते कळणारच नाही, त्यांना सीपीच देता येणार नाही. मनोज तांबे सर, नरेंद्र काळे सर, गोसावी सर, श्रेणिक बर्डिया सर, प्लीज रिनेम युअर सेल्फ. There is a name Prem's iPhone. Please mention your full name with membership number. रेखा पटवर्धन मॅडम आहेत. सलीम मनियार सर. विशाखा मॅडम, प्लीज रिनेम युअर सेल्फ. थँक्यू देशकर मॅडम. मी करतो ते आता. यस चेतन सर, थँक्यू. Thank you everyone. We will meet tomorrow morning sharp 9:30. Please join the meeting well in advance. The link will be shared to you shortly. There will be a new link for tomorrow's session. Thank you.